The following program is for adult audiences only.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem.
Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and it's unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
all of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and tardy Kenny the Vaping Heed. He's got running late as usual. Anyway, today's going to be a wonderful day because we just found out like an hour ago Dr. Brian King at the FDA Center for Tobacco Products is on administrative leave. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is an amazing thing. And, well, you know, it hasn't been an amazing week. I lost my best friend, Jester, passed away 6 days ago. It's been a rough week. Really missed the guy. But that's not why, you know, we're celebrating here. We're celebrating because Dr. Brian King is gone. Just post Dr. Brian King removed from the Center for Tobacco Products, effective immediately. Matter of fact, he wrote a note to all his compadres over there in an email to the staff. FDA former director, tobacco director, Dr. Brian King, MPH, epidemiology now. You know, he's an expert in epidemiology. Said, "It is with a heavy heart and profound disappointment that I share that I have been placed on administrative leave. King was removed from his position and offered reassignment to the Indian Health Service. You can go deal with the Indians because you certainly can't handle the entire population of the United States of America. Your ridiculous idea that the only way you're going to ever tackle tobacco is to prevent anybody from ever using it is the most moronic principle in the world. And it is the least realistic. You need to go away. Bye-bye. And, well, that's why, I dropped it in chat earlier today. I says, MnC's Bye 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 is an appropriate song. FDA, Center for Tobacco Products, said, bye, bye, bye. We don't need you. You've been so harmful to this organization and costing us so much money. Every single one of your decisions that you overruled the Center for Science at the FDA when they suggested, maybe we should authorize more than just a handful of products. No. If it has a flavor, it's banned. I don't care what the science says. Well, you know what? We don't care what you say. You're out of here. Goodbye. Good riddance. And was with cautious optimism that the vape advocates out here are celebrating today because you're gone. Thank goodness. But King's been removed and offered reassignment at the Indian Health Service, according to a person familiar with the matter who did not have permission to discuss the matter publicly and spoke on the condition of anonymity. Yes. Dozens of staffers at the FDA Tobacco Center also received notices of dismissal Tuesday morning for being complicit in the continued death of every single person who chooses to smoke in this country. Because it's too late for them to have prevention is the only solution. They need to have alternative products that they continue using nicotine and not have them die from it. Is that asking too much? Seriously? The entire office responsible for enforcing tobacco regulations is now in complete disarray. Like you can honestly tell me that it wasn't in complete disarray the whole time he's been there. Where's the mission? Where's the mission? All we have is mission creep. You're supposed to be there to eliminate combustible tobacco use in this country, and you decided, oh, no, that's not good enough. We need to ban all nicotine use in this country. Despite all the potential health benefits of nicotine consumption. But that's neither here nor there. And it's too early for me to get on my soapbox. Because, quite honestly, I got a bigger, issue to deal with. I miss my friend. So, moment of silence for him and a toast of vanilla coffee whiskey. And we'll remember my buddy. If I can get the bottle open. So, Dr. Brian King, goodbye. Jester, may you rest in peace. Wow. Smooth and punchy. My throat feels like it just got raped. Ugh. However, I'm going to miss this little dude. Not so little. He definitely had an amazing personality. When he first came to join us, we adopted him. Him and Lucy, my wife's favorite. Lucy was always my wife's favorite, and Jester was always mine. He and I had it out because he thought he was the alpha dog for the house. And I'm like, excuse me, sir. I'm the alpha dog. You need to step back. And once he and I had it out that night, we became best friends. We did everything together. Literally everything. I couldn't go anywhere without taking him with me. Definitely a part of our family. It's going to be sorely missed. Like I said, literally, we took them everywhere. That's up in Cook's Forest. We walked out to the fire tower, had to take the dogs with us. They truly are a member of your family once you wholeheartedly adopt them. And there he was. He passed away. One last time out in the sun. My wife's like, listen, we gotta get one more picture with the guy. I'm like, I can't be a part of this. I can't stand here and look at him that weak. I mean, we went camping and they had their own beds laying out, and I was, a stickler when I was growing up. Dogs don't go on the furniture. Well, these two have converted me. They're no different than any other of my children. Love them just as much, and he had one last moment in the sun because that was his favorite thing to do. He just loved laying in the sun. Black dog laying in the sun. Can you imagine how hot this guy got? Countless times. He just loved it. But his hours were numbered. We had called somebody to actually come to the house and put him to sleep. But he passed an hour before they were going to get here. So we had to cancel that. And, he passed in his sleep on a sofa, and we called a mortician. He came and got him, and he's going to be cremated because my wife's dying wishes to be buried with her dogs. So Jester's cremation, when he comes back, is going to be in a nice, beautiful box, keepsake box. Whenever Lucy's time comes, she's going to be in the same boat. Whenever it's my time to go, I'm going to be in the same boat. And when my wife passes, we'll all be buried together. But anyway, the show must go on. So what do we have for today? Is a retro vape? Well, I dug into the box and I figured what a perfect opportunity, since this episode is going to be dedicated to Jester and the exiting of Dr. Brian King. Well, I pulled out a beautiful classic Vaporesso mod. That's the Gen mod, and it's got some goofy, bizarre named tank with it. It's like the SKRR or something. So we're going to take a look at that later today. So excited for that. But we're all here for the same purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to end cigarette combustion in the United States, and we want the free available alternatives to be sold everywhere you can get a pack of cigarettes. I think we should be the world leading place where in the country of the United States, you need a prescription if you want to smoke cigarettes. Not for those people that already do. I think that anybody, as they get older, needs to go to their doctor to get a prescription if they want to smoke cigarettes. Simple. And then you don't need to have a prohibition, a complete ban of it, because we know that that's not going to work anyway. But anybody that's born after today's date will need to get a prescription if they want to purchase cigarettes. Job done. And quite honestly, who's going to want to start? If you have a beautiful alternative to get your nicotine that isn't going to kill you, that is much safer, well, tobacco harm reduction could be adopted everywhere. Anybody that wants to make a thing, all you got to do is register your brand new product with the FDA, and you can go and sell it. And then if there's any problems with it, well, then we're going to go after you the same way we go after people that put tainted tomatoes on the market. You have to do a product recall. Job done. The answers are so simple, and they're backed by science because vaping saves lives, and it works. There are literally 120 million people across the globe that use this every single day so they don't smoke cigarettes. It's that simple. You get whatever flavors you want. I don't want to hear any malarkey about, oh, it's attractive to children. Right. You're going to make an alcoholic work in a bar the rest of his life and only drink alcohol-flavored beverages? Preposterous. Do the same thing with vaping and tobacco and nicotine. You're going to come to find out the only reasonable solution is for these to be sold everywhere. And if a child decides to pick one up, well, then you need to deal with that child and find out, why would they pick one up? Why are they rebelling? Is it just, kids being kids? Or are they perhaps, they're self-medicating because they've got other problems like we talked about last week on the vlog. And man, did I get on the soapbox last week, but the numbers are astounding. 480,000 people in the United States are going to die from cigarette smoking. Latest scientific study says 460,000, but nobody's really using those numbers because it's a buried single study in amongst the thousands that are produced week after week in this country. And, well, you look at our country, and then you look at Mexico, and you realize there's more people dying of cigarette smoking in Mexico, who has a smaller population than the United States. And then you got somebody like Sweden, who only has like 4,700 people that are going to die. Why? Because decades ago, they adopted snus as an alternative for people to not smoke. And it works. And it's that simple. So it's with that message that we're going to continue on today. And today's not going to be, deep dive into the news or big monster speech. I'm just not feeling it today, to be honest with you. Hope you guys had a better week than I did. And then on top of it all, yesterday, the wife went to go start her car for work and wouldn't start. Click, 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 click. So I was being a good husband. I said, listen, I'm going to the store. I'm going to get you a battery. When you get home from work today, I'm swapping it out. I'm not taking any chances of you having to have somebody pull out the jumper cables and restart your truck for you. When it gets to the point where it starts that, and there's no messing around. So that's what I did last night. And she's off and running again. Good for another warranty, 3 years. But these batteries, unless they really change them, we've been getting 5 to 7 out of them, knock on wood. Worthy investment, less than $20 a year for your battery. And I'm an advocate, a diehard advocate for preventative maintenance that needs to be done. Not the alternator. It's just an old battery. When we bought the car, it had that battery in there, and there was no date on it, so we didn't know how old it was. It needed to go. And these new fancy cars, would you believe it? They have a battery management system in there that changes how it's being charged depending on how old it thinks the battery is. So I need to get out my diagnostic tools and plug in the little OBD reader, pull out my old phone, start it up, and get in there and make sure that it actually recognized the fact I changed the battery yesterday. If not, I need to reset the battery maintenance system in it so that it doesn't try to, over or undercharge this battery because it's thinking it's, however many years old it is. Although it would be good to, look into the computer and see when it was actually installed because it was a Motorcraft battery. So I'm assuming it was installed at a dealership and they probably reset the thing right then and there. But these things are so smart nowadays. If you swap the battery and you let it sit for 8 hours unmolested, doors closed, everything locked up, and you don't have your cell phone charger plugged in because that actually causes a parasitic drain, has to be less than 100 milliamps or whatever. It actually reprograms itself and says, oh, that has to be a new battery because it's completely different than what I've been, reading overnight the last, so many weeks. Technology marches on whether you want it to or not. And a lot of times you don't even realize that it's marched on until all of a sudden one day you go to use something and it's like, hey, man, this is different than anything I've ever experienced before. What happened? Kind of like me with this new graphics card, which is finally done. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the graphics card is finally done. I'm going to finally be putting out these reviews that I've been sitting here and waylaying, putting off to the side. I've got one thing of taxes I need to finish printing off and emailing away. And then that's going to be job done. But the computer is finally finished. What a fiasco that was. William Dobson, thank you for the wonderful super chat. Very much appreciated. So, yeah, the the cost to cremate the dog was a little more steep than I expected it to be. But my wife, being the kind of person she is, she had stashes of cash all over around the house. She gathered up that morning. She's like, how much is it going to be? Oh, you count this for me. I think we have way more than what we need. That's exactly the way it was when we decided to buy a camper. You know, I saw one that was on the marketplace, Facebook Marketplace, and she's like, "Oh, that's a good deal. That's a good deal." I'm like, "Yeah, but we ain't gonna have $4,000 to, pay for this." She's like, "You want to bet?" She went through all her little stashes all around the house, and she's like, "There you go. When we not only have enough to go buy the camper, we can go out to eat tonight if you're interested." So, very grateful for her being the way she is. Anyway, here's my computer, all finished. Water cooler, originally ordered, doesn't fit. So I had to order another one. And actually, this one turned out to be cheaper. And it's working amazing. You can't even hear the fans running. I hear the bathroom fan and the hallway fan louder than my computer now. Fantastic. And it's like 15 degrees cooler than what it used to be. All done. So excited. All right. Enough of me jibber-jabbering about this and that. I think it's time for us to clear out the Twitter news cache and talk about, the things that happened today and this past week. Because, oh, man, the news never stops happening. And the first one we're going to talk about is this one, the whole situation with Dr. Brian King. So let's roll the news bumper. Alrighty, top story of the day. FDA's top tobacco official is removed from post in the latest blow to health agencies' leadership. That is not a blow. That is a wonderful transformation to get the FDA to do what it says it's supposed to do. It says we follow the science. Except we know for a fact that the science at the FDA has suggested to Dr. Brian King that they authorize products other than tobacco and menthol. And he's like, no, because it's attractive to children. We talked about last week about how there are way more important things for you to focus on if your focus is on the children. Way more significant pressing issues. Perhaps like the massive levels of depression in the children today that weren't present when we were children. But that's neither here nor there. So we have cautious optimism for the change that's taken place today at the FDA. And it is not a blow to the health agency's leadership. It is a much needed change to get them to return to their original purpose, which was to prevent needless deaths of people in this country. And it's very easy to do. It's called mass adoption of tobacco harm reduction. let there be as many products as the market demands that are safer than the existing product, which is federally illegal to ban. It is federally illegal to take the nicotine content of cigarettes to 0. That's actually in the legal foundations enacted by Congress, part of the whole master settlement agreement that they did with Obama, long before Obama. That was started with Clinton, I believe. Anyway, point of the matter is, the Food and Drug Administration's chief tobacco regulator, has been removed from his post as sweeping cuts hit the agency and staffers across the federal health workforce Tuesday. In an email to staff, FDA Tobacco Director Brian King, MPH, as he always likes to point out, he's an epidemiologist. He knows there was never an epidemic in his country. He's never told his staff to say there was an epidemic. Okay. How about when you were at CDC? Were you the one that was in charge of this whole Avali fiasco? Huh? Was that another situation where you took and molested the facts that you knew to be true and blew it up to be something that wasn't so that you could prevent anybody from ever wanting to pick up a vape? Huh? Neither here nor there. It's history now. But it is with a heavy heart and profound disappointment that I share that I have been placed on administrative leave. Oh. King was removed from his position and offered reassignment to the Indian Health Service, according to a person familiar with the matter who did not have permission to discuss it publicly. Isn't it amazing how there's 2 different sites that we've looked at so far today, and both of them use the exact same words, exact same wording? Nothing but propaganda nowadays. There's no real news outlets out there. This is a real news outlet. This is way more accurate information than what you're going to experience from them. Anyway, what else we got? Oh, the thumbnail today. Who cares? I do. I care. Because, let's be honest. Can we please be honest? Tobacco control are nothing but a bunch of bullies. Tobacco. Oh, come on, mate. Don't tell me your audio's fucked up again.
Wait, not who's again?
Oh, that was just when you were joining us.
Hey, Cam, dude. Oh, sorry, mate. Really flustery day. Very flustery day.
What's going on, mate? Talk about it. Horrible, shitty day. All the fucking work was an absolute total abortion. They couldn't organise a piss up in the brewery. They double booked the coach. Yeah, I'm putting it under here. Sorry. I'm here now. The double booked a job, and then they left like no lead time between jobs. I had a job there were two jobs that were 15 miles apart, and they only give us 10 minutes to get from one to the other. No fucking chance. Oh, they fucked everything up. Man, very bright. Oh, that sun's belting through, isn't it? Hang on a minute. Stick that over there. Wonder why I'm hearing myself every once in a while.
Hang on a minute. I've got that muted. That's
Don't
muted.
forget, you have the same issue that I did. If you're using Ninja inside of OBS, you need to go into Windows and find the other Firefox thing and turn off or mute the audio from it.
Under the Ninja and the volume mixer.
In the volume mixer for Windows.
Yeah, I've got 2 running. One is muted and one's running. So I don't need to mute the other one, yeah? Oh, I've got 2 running. Oh, fuck hell. Which one? Well, I'll mute this one. I've muted one of them. Is that any better? 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Blah 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 blah.
Oh
blah.
no! Let me talk for a while and we'll find out. Perfect.
Yeah, I've got 3. I've got 3 Firefoxes in this stupid friggin' sound
that's
set.
so annoying.
I mean,
Windows is just like doing
why?
that.
Why does it do that?
And
you
then,
only use one.
And then it does it with Chrome when I was using Chrome. And then inside of OBS is inbuilt Chrome. So then it tried to do it in Chrome. So I legit had to disable 3 audio sources that I was getting feedback loop from. And I'm like, why? You're not even supposed to exist.
It's bullshit, isn't it? It's just freaking thing.
Because see, what Windows tries to do is it uses a default setting to open the app, and then it checks to see if there's an alternative audio source designated. So then it opens up that, and it just like forgets that it already opened up one. It doesn't like close the unnecessary ones. It just leaves them running in the background for no reason.
I'm saying, you wonder why your computer's running 90 miles an hour, you know what I mean? There's that many apps running in the background.
Yeah, because I'm an analytic person, so I write everything down and plan it all out before I actually implement it. And I'm like, okay, this is a logical way that everything's going to work. There's going to be no loopbacks, no feedback, no nothing. Everything's going to be perfect.
Like I say, I've done what you said. I've updated me OBS. I
see 30 frames per second.
Yeah, I've got it all sorted out there. I've updated the version, but I don't know what version it is now. It's 31.103 or something now. I don't know. It seemed updated, so.
Well, that fixed the green screen, as well as a bunch of other problems.
All right. But, yeah, it's just fucking, it's been a feckety day today, mate. And I'm just, like I said, I've moved my mic here and he was properly, get comfortable. And it's not worth putting any lights on yet because the sun's just fucking belting through our window at the moment. And I've got the window open. Because it is very warm over here in the UK, mate. It's fucking bloody hot.
My computer is having a hard time rendering 30 frames per second today. I do not understand why. I did this yesterday. It's legit taking 50 milliseconds to render a single frame.
Wow.
We're running at like 18 frames per second. Meanwhile, I wanted to try running it at 60 today.
I think you still need a few drivers sorting out, mate.
There's nothing else I could do. I've legit eliminated every source I could possibly do. The 3060 card did way better than this thing does. I legit went and converted the background star field that we have to a video file so that it wouldn't clog up the whole system.
Got you.
And that right there is what, helped the situation, but it's still not solved it.
I think Windows is buggy again because I've been trying to do some editing in Resolve and fucking the crashing, the restart, the freezing. It wasn't entertaining. I was like fucking foaming with it. When I was trying to run a DCTL, right, and I was doing the alterations, it started doing the little think the egg time and then just shut down. I went, you were having a laugh, weren't you? You worked before. So, and obviously, I've just done a Windows update about a day and a half ago. So, there you go. What can I say? It's a useless thing. But anyway, sir. Whoop. Oh, very nice. Very nice, mate. I don't even want to try my soundbox. I don't even know if that'll friggin' work. I've just given up.
I tried switching it back to what it used to be before to see if it's any better. Delete the video player.
That's friggin' crazy, isn't it, matey?
Well, it's working, but the star field's all jittery again. And we're back up to 29 frames per second. I don't understand this computer. I really don't. You spend hours and hours testing everything, and it's flawless.
And then when it comes
legit,
to crunch,
it was like 5, 6, 7 milliseconds to render frames yesterday. I was easily able to do 60 frames per second. Here we are going live today, and I can't even do 30.
Something that we
Sorry,
like,
folks.
Sorry, we're talking technical. Anyway, you were. I heard you ranting when I came on, so you were peed. Someone's peed you off.
Just been another week from hell, Never ends.
It doesn't.
But there's some good news. You missed it out, matey. Dr. Brian King at FDA Center for Tobacco Products, gone.
Yes. Really? Ooh, hallelujah.
Put on administrative leave. You're fired. He was offered a transfer to take care and be in charge of Indian health in this country. But apparently his pride wouldn't let him take that job.
Oh, Diddums. What a fucking shame. I've just watched the video, man, with Musk before. Somebody took the mickey out of his shares falling in Tesla, and he was literally on the TV in tears going, "Oh, you do, it was horrible," and all that. It was a big deal. Am I bothered? No.
Well, sir, let's move forward. And one of the things on the thumbnail for this week is, who cares? I do. And that's because we know that e-cigarettes cause less smoking. Contrary to what Dr. Brian King's willing to admit, although he did say as a market product class, e-cigarettes are much less harmful than cigarette smoking. But we're not going to allow them to be sold everywhere a pack of cigarettes are. Because, that would only make sense. And we can't do things that make sense at the FDA. We can only do things that our corporate benefactors, can enjoin us into profiting from. So we can have more people work for us, and you can sell more cigarettes. They kill more people, so there's even more of a reason for us to hire more people to regulate the products.
Wow, man.
Fuck off.
You're
nothing but a bully,
like
and everybody in tobacco control today is just as much of a bully, if not more.
Of course they are.
Think about it. When we were smoking cigarettes, they kept raising the price on us. If we just raise the price, another 10 cents, people will quit. How many people quit?
Do you know what it is? I think the way it's going on, we're calling today the 1st of April, right? April Fool's Day, obviously, that was till 12 o'clock. But they're now calling it Woeful April because of today, everything in the UK has gone up. Our rents have gone up. Our council tax has gone up. Our water bills have gone up. Our car tax has gone up. They've raised the price cap on energy suppliers. Everything has gone up. And they've only raised the national minimum wage by about 70 pence an hour or something. So they've given you that in one hand, and they've just went and poof and took it straight away out.
They haven't raised the minimum wage for decades in this country.
But it makes no difference here because what they give you, they're taking away with all the other rises, so it's pointless. And they're saying wages are on the increase. Say it keeps them right. Oh, wages are on the increase. No, they're fucking not. You make it so people can, barely survive. You know what I mean? Absolutely crazy. Everything's gone up, the whole lot. Everybody's pissed off with this country now, man. They're fed up. And then your president's not very popular with all these fucking tariffs he's talking about as well, because we're going to fall into it at the moment. That's going to make it. It's going to, if we don't do a deal, it's going to cost us a fucking fortune to send our little boxes 25% tariff. You'll be getting a card.
Yeah, but the tariffs are only on new products. It's not on, gifts from one person to another. Those don't count.
Yeah,
it only counts for your VAT.
Business. Yeah.
You send me stuff, there's no tax on it. There's no excess fees. It just shows up in my door and I open the box.
Oh, we pay import tax, import duty.
We don't.
Fuck out of it. It's horse shit, man, isn't it? Anyway, we've gone off on a tangent. Let's carry on with your stuff, mate. Sorry to bother you there.
So, the whole idea is to recognize that tobacco control has been nothing but a bully. They like to con you into believing a bunch of bullshit that makes them look good and buffaloes you into, well, you're supposed to quit smoking. Cold turkey. That's the only thing that works. Meanwhile, there's scientific evidence that demonstrates this is the most successful way to quit smoking, period. So if you're in public health, well, this should be the first thing you recommend to your patients, not pills and patches and gums and all this other crap that is less successful than this is. Would you want to go in and you have a severe infection on your arm and they know that, well, we can test this and find out exactly what bacteria that's causing that infection, and we can give you a specific antibiotic to treat your infection. But no. We need to try cauterizing your arm first. And if that doesn't work, maybe we'll try leeches. Because, leeches have been around forever. We'll put leeches on your arm. That'll get rid of your infection. And, well, that didn't work either. Well, we need to go to the surgery and try and debride all of the infection out of your arm. Well, that didn't really cure it all because there's still a bunch of stuff that we missed, and now it's actually spreading to the rest of your body. And, well, let's just try this general antibiotic. We'll give you just penicillin because, that pretty much affects everything. Meanwhile, this whole time, they've known what is the most successful way to treat that infection in your arm. They knew exactly which antibiotic you needed for it to just go away, and then you were job done.
Yeah, but it's exactly the same boat my wife's saying with her fibroids. It's exactly the same boat. We'll try this, we'll try that, we'll try that. They know what cures it, but try this, try that, try this, try. It's like everything. They're lining the pockets of the pharmacies and all that shit, man. That's what they're doing. Try this. It's a pharmaceutical product. It'll work. Try this. This is a product. That's what they're doing. Lining the frigging pockets of the pharmacies before they give you something that actually does work. It's horseshit, man. It's like that everywhere now with everything. Try this, try that, or well, but it's like when I was watching that Dave Allen, he says, like, our doctors now, when you go to a doctor, the receptionist is suddenly a trained doctor. You go to the doctors, say, can I see the doctor? The receptionist says, why? You say, well, I need to see the doctor. What's the matter with you? Well, I don't know. I need a doctor. You know what I mean? Says, well, the doctor's busy. I says, okay, why don't I just fuck off and die? You know what I mean? Be done with it.
That's what they want you to do nowadays. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
What's the purpose of being a doctor if you're not there to see the patients?
It's crazy, man. It's nuts.
They're nothing but drug dealers anymore. If they can't give you spend 30 seconds with you and write you a prescription, they don't want to see you because it actually involves thinking and analyzing and determining what the root cause is, and then fixing the root cause so that all of your symptoms are holistically treated at once. Permanently.
I'll tell you what it is, I kid you not. No. Do you know our doctors? They look on the fucking internet now. You go to the doctors, I had gout on the internet. Oh, well, we'll try this, we'll try that. On the fucking internet. They're a trained doctor and they're looking at the internet and say what they're going to give you. What the fuck? I could do that in the house. You've got to see to believe it, man. It's fucking nuts. Honestly.
Utterly preposterous, mate.
Utterly fucked. But again, it's the same, like you say, with the smoking cessation. We have all this crap. We're promoting anti-smoking. There's a Vape or something month over here in the UK. They're calling it Vape or something, and yet
Vapor's always been there.
No. Yeah, and then and then they're saying, well, no, you try the patch, try this. It's fucking bullshit, man. I mean, last thing, it's always the same.
Meanwhile, they know what is the most effective way to quit.
Exactly.
They're nothing but a bunch of bullies that bully you away from the information you need to not die.
Exactly.
So here we have the Blue Chip Foundation standing up against the bullying that goes on day in and day out around the world. So a message of kindness and caring for the world. Who cares? I do. Is a campaign that brings together artists, companies, platforms, and partner organizations to spread a message of hope and understanding to the subject of bullying. While we regularly associate the term bully with just students, bullying comes in many forms and affects people of all ages. Most adults and children alike have personal stories centered on the subject of bullying. The Who Cares I Do campaign shifts the focus from being a victim to being an ally, promoting a message of proactive unification and human connectedness. By sharing the message of mutual respect and care for one another, the campaign aims to create a positive, conscious shift that the world hungers for now more than ever. This initiative encourages everyone to take a stand against bullying by becoming allies and supporters. It emphasizes the importance of understanding, empathy, and kindness in our interactions with others. And that also applies to people who smoke. The solution isn't to beat her and batter them and badger them into submission, by increasing their taxes, reducing availability of alternative products, and forcing down their throat the quit or die mentality that never worked for any of us.
Nope.
We need to come together as vapors and former smokers to stand up for the people who have yet to discover the single best way to quit smoking, to fight the constant misinformation out there, because these are nothing but grifters and profiteers molesting your public health for their well-being in their pocketbook. That is all this boils down to. Greed.
Pure greed. Capitalism is its finest.
And we won't stand for it.
It is infuriating. Like, sometimes you just want to go out and scream in a bucket or something.
Here's how bad it is. You know, you can argue all you want about vaping. We don't know. It hasn't been around long enough or whatever. But you got nicotine pouches, which are essentially the same thing the pharmaceutical companies have been shoving on people as the easiest way to quit smoking. Right?
Definitely, yeah.
You don't breathe it in. So where's the harm? If there's no harm, there should be no tax. Except, well, see, we can't do that.
No tax, you have to laugh, aren't you? No tax, what are you talking about? Jesus.
Here we have a leaked EU plan to tax nicotine pouches. Sparks economic, political, and criminal concerns. Of course, take a look at Australia. You want another cartel firebombing and now in Australia moving up into Europe? I mean, what are we doing? Treating everything the same as cocaine? Are we in the same boat as Hungary? We talked about that last week. Hungary sees no difference in their legal system between consumption of CBD and heroin and cocaine, methamphetamine, LSD. It's all the same. It's all treated the same. Why? Do you like bullying people into submission? Also known as white snooze, sparked a number of concerns, especially given the current ongoing trade wars that you just got done talking about. Could this backfire and fuel black markets in the EU? Well, of course it's going to.
Without a doubt.
Because just because you ban something doesn't mean that people are going to stop wanting to have it. And quite honestly, they're going to do whatever it takes to get it. Here we have Australia. You keep jacking up the prices of cigarettes. They're now, what, $60, $70 for a pack of cigarettes? And they wonder why they have a black market. And when they wonder why the drug cartels have shifted from supplying cocaine to Australia, because, you know, Australia is the number one consumer of cocaine in the world. Well, they've also decided now that they're going to also supply tobacco. Because, well, they can buy it in some country for like $5 a pack, and they could bring it to Australia and sell it easily for 20 quid.
And still make a profit.
They're making 3 times as much as it cost them to buy the stuff, and it's still less than half the price if you go into a legitimate store to buy a taxed, authorized cigarette in the country. And they wonder why they have a black market that continues to grow exponentially year after year.
But have you noticed, though, the tobacco, the black market tobacco and the black market vapes are now getting more news highlights, or they're more in your face than what the normal stuff is, your normal drugs.
Just like the drug war was when we were growing up, mate.
Yeah.
It used to be on the evening news every day. Oh, look.
Yeah.
Look, we have Honduras burn this field of coca leaves. Mm-hmm. The drug war. We're winning the drug war. Really?
No, you're not.
Have you seen consumption today compared to what it was when we were children? More than double.
Ridiculous. And the rest probably trebled.
All you're doing is driving up the street price of it.
Especially cannabis. I don't know anybody that doesn't smoke cannabis in this country. Everybody does it. Professionals
not
to
legal.
down to poor people. It's not legal.
Same
All
in
do
this
it.
country. I mean, they're legitimately talking now. We have representatives in our state government that is legit saying, listen, the states all around us have legalized it for recreational purposes. You know how much money we're losing out on by not doing the same thing here?
But at the end of the day, though, people don't care because it's lawless, because there's nobody enforcing any laws, so nobody gives a monkeys. Here, if you get caught with, say, I don't know, a £10 wrap, all they do is take it off you and slap your wrist and send you on your way. You know, and are okay personal use. I mean,
Not
that,
here, mate, man. You got to go to jail because the jail industrial complex, which is no longer run by the government, it's run by private corporations, have to keep their prisons full. Otherwise, it's not turning a profit.
Exactly.
So they legit have their lobbyists out there fighting against cannabis legalization nationwide.
But again, as you say, it's down to enforcement, and enforcement here is pathetic, and that's why nobody cares. Nobody gives a monkeys because the enforcement is shit. The fines are nothing. You know, you like got somebody who's selling, you know, a black market vape device or something. They get caught. They get their shop shut for 3 months. They're selling them outside the door. They're still doing. They don't give a fuck because the profit that they're making is phenomenal. So they don't care. Don't give a monkeys. Or you find them 10 grand. They'll say, "Oh, there you are, 10 grand. I'll make that back next week in me black market trade." It's nothing.
That's what's going on down in Australia. They have this ridiculous $220,000 fine for, you know, consuming nicotine and selling nicotine products down in Australia. And guess what? Has it stopped anything? No, the cartels don't care. They're selling stuff that's way more of a threat to them than tobacco.
That's what I'm saying. They can afford to take that hit. You know what I mean? There you go. And there's the fine paid. See you later. Right. Next shop. Open it up. Let's go. You know what I mean? I don't know.
The Vaping Rican, hello and welcome. Andy C, hello and welcome. Yeah, it's utterly preposterous. High taxes feed illicit trade. Common sense. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand how this works. It's exactly the same as it is in the drug war. You know, they jack up the fines and they jack up the punishment and consequences for cocaine. And guess what? It doesn't stop it. You still have the same number of people that want to try it and use it. It just makes it more rewarding for the cartels to actually supply it. If you were to go into any drugstore or pharmacy to buy cocaine, guess what the street price of cocaine would do overnight?
Plummet.
It would plummet.
That's why we've said,
and guess what would happen?
That's why
the cartels couldn't make any money selling these products, and well, they would dry up. They'd have to go do something else.
Yeah. So that's why they need to legalize cannabis here. It would wipe out drug dealers like that. Loads of them, poof, gone.
Yes.
End of.
Well, instead of doing that, they're doing the opposite. They're now criminalizing nicotine consumption. They're driving it up astronomical prices to the point where it's like, well, you want me to spend 50 quid on a pack of pouches? Are you crazy?
Nuts, man. It's fucking nuts.
Utterly ridiculous. And it's not just happening there, man. It's happening in your country, too.
Yeah.
This was
crazy.
You know, we caught wind of this stuff in EU. Well, here you go in the UK. Tobacco and Vapes Bill heads to the House of Lords after gaining huge common support. How many people do you think voted against this ridiculous £2.20 per milliliter tax in the UK?
I heard it was going like, but I didn't know the figures. It's fucking nuts, man.
MPs have overwhelmingly approved the Tobacco and Vapes Bill in its third reading in the House of Commons, with 366 voting in favor and just 41 against it.
Jesus Christ. The rebel pumped.
10% voted against it. Hey, bastard, hello and welcome. Just 10% voted against the Vapes Bill in the UK. You know how disastrous this is? You guys are going to end up just like Australia.
It's going that way, isn't it? It's getting ridiculous. But
meanwhile, smoking won't be banned in pub gardens and other outdoor hospitality areas. The law allows a ban on smoking in children's playgrounds and outside hospitals and schools, but it's still going to be under public consultation before they actually hit the nail in the coffin.
Yep. So
licensing scheme for retailers.
It's nuts, man. It's fucking nuts.
And I feel bad for our Canadian brothers and sisters because Saskatchewan is doing the opposite of what they need to do. Saskatchewan has a 6% PST on vaping, right? Well, on top of the 20% tax on vaping products. It's a federal excise tax. Well, last week, Saskatchewan government announced that it will remove the 6% provincial sales tax exemption on vaping products. You want an exemption on the products that won't actually kill people and tax the stuff that is going to kill people, right? No. We're going to treat it all the same. So not only you have a 20% excise tax, but now you can add and change that to a 26% tax because, you know, the province also needs to get a cut of the sales of these products too.
It's a bit
They're
like
so
VAT
reliant
over
on
here.
these taxes.
Yeah, it's like VAT over here, value-added tax. We pay that on everything we buy. Everything. VAT.
Brett Whitney,
Another
hello and
tax.
welcome. Yeah, well,
Bullshit, man.
vaping products just went up another 6%. And it's not treated the same as a pack of cigarettes. Unreal.
Crazy, man. It's absolutely crazy. It's honestly tax. Honestly, there's going to be a massive revolt shortly because, like I said, it's not just vaping products, you know, it's everything else. Food prices, everything's gone through the roof, and people are getting fed up with it. And there's going to be a big uproar shortly. It's got to be. Something's going to kick off big style. Wherever in the world you may be.
Big Tobacco targets Trump in hope and fear of change. Well, we've been telling you guys for how long now that your FDA-authorized products suck, and the reason the sales of these products are shit is because, well, your products are shit. You get zero satisfaction from using an FDA-authorized Big Tobacco vape product. Those products are 2015 technology at its best. And I don't care what, like Jonathan Folds wants to say about, the Enjoy Ace. It so closely replicates the nicotine into your blood system that it is the most effective FDA-authorized vape product today. Oh, yeah? You know what? This was a vape company at its heart before Big Tobacco bought it out. And your products actually do work. But there's zero enjoyment and zero satisfaction out of that other than your nicotine consumption. That is not why people vape. There's a reason these disposables are so freaking popular that every convenience store in the country wants to sell them.
But at the end of the day, that's why the FDA ones are so shit, because the one smokers who try them think these are shit. I'm going to stick to cigarettes. That's the plan. You know what I mean? The one. And you
can't convince me otherwise.
Exactly. The one shit products out there, so people don't switch to vaping. They're going to say, well, that shit, that'll stick to me cigarettes. Thank you very much. You know what I mean?
I mean, just look at the difference in the vapor. These disposables are fantastic, and they keep innovating them week after week, month after month. There's new stuff coming out. You know, we went from 10,000 puffs to 20,000 to 30,000 to 40,000. Now I've got one I'm reviewing is 50,000. You've got disposables where you can switch your nic completely off. If you don't need it for the nic, you can turn it down, or you can completely turn it off. Let's say that, you tried using this at work because it's so FDA authorized and so tiny you can keep in your pocket. You can use it to get your nick and nobody sees you doing it because there's nothing left to exhale by the time, I'm sitting here talking and you can't even see that I exhaled any of it.
Yeah.
But as soon as you get out to your car, you've got a nick buzz from using this ridiculous thing because they think that all you need is nicotine. Well, that's not the truth. There's hand-to-mouth action, and there's the satisfaction of flavor. Well, you get one of these products, and you can legit turn the nicotine off and just vape the flavor. No nicotine.
Good.
Zero. It's turned
If
off.
you actually want to use that to wean yourself off nicotine altogether, it's the perfect device.
And that's the other advantage of it. You could legit say,
Exactly.
listen, I'm going to use this to quit smoking. This is the only product I'm going to buy because I can adjust the nicotine. And
Yeah.
I'm going to use this thing, and the next time I have it, I'm not going to turn it up the whole way. I'm going to turn it down. I'm going to just use 30 milligram, not 50 milligram. And then you're going to turn it down to 20 milligram. And then you're going to turn it down to 10 milligram. And then you're going to say, you know what? Every once in a while, I'm going to have it at 0, but every once in a while, I'm going to turn it up to 10. And then I'll turn the nick off again and see how long I can use it without being reliant on the nicotine. You could technically completely quit nicotine with an unauthorized, not FDA-approved product. You can't do that with an FDA-approved product because, well, if Enjoy wanted to implement a feature like that, they'd have to go and submit a whole brand new PMTA application. If they change the lettering, the font on the lettering on the box, they need to resubmit it and get reauthorized. You wonder why it doesn't work.
Exactly.
Utterly ridiculous.
I mean, speaking of Trump, right? I've always wondered the scenario. I mean, it's probably wishful thinking, but if Trump did do a fucking full 180 on vaping, got all this fucking PMTA shit sorted, kick the fucking FDA's asses and everything, let all the shops open again, let everybody sell stuff again, and regulate the industry. I wonder what kind of knock-on effect that would have everywhere else in the world, because basically it was the Americans that were saying vaping's bad, which has been the knock-on effect to our current situation. But if they turn around and says, well, actually, vaping helps you quit smoking, so I just wonder if that would have a knock-on effect again, run the world again. You know what I mean? It would be nice, but I suppose it's wishful thinking.
No, here's exactly what would happen. You can take a look at it from just the monetary perspective alone, okay? If there was a free reign for vaping products in the United States, right? What that would do is that would flood the vape manufacturers with all kinds of new revenue streams, right? And what have they been doing this entire time? Investing a percentage of all their sales into technological innovation to make their products even more satisfying for the consumers. You know how that would rapidly increase the development? You could have 100,000 puff device that would cycle through 5 or 6 different coils in here, and you could have a massive, disposable device that would legit last you easily months. You want to talk about how it's bad for the environment that all these disposables have all these little batteries and stuff in them? Imagine if you had one of these products that would last you 6 months. You bought 2 a year instead of 52 a year.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a saving for the environment?
Reduce the waste. Plus,
I think it gets to a certain point where it's ridiculous to try and have something last 6 months because you're not going to vape the same flavor for 6 months.
Thing is, though, plus, if them company, the talk about the environment, you would have specialist companies popping up that will actually disassemble them and separate them rather than your local councils.
You could refurbish them like you do print cartridges.
Yeah. These companies would pop up that would actually do something with them, either recycle, refurbish, whatever. So then again, we've always said the environmental thing is when this stuff is self-funding, we can pay for the environmental issues and solve the problems. You know what I mean? It's not rocket science.
Yeah, because technically they could replace all the coils in here. They could replace the foam, fill it back up again. The board and the battery, there's no reason for it to be disposed of. It should still work just perfectly fine.
Plus the batteries. I mean, they're crying out for lithium to make batteries. There's a lithium shortage. So,
Look
you
at
know,
your
there's the
phones.
batteries there.
They're legit forcing these
Exactly.
phones to last 3 to 5 years before you replace them. You can't even get the batteries out of them nowadays.
Nah. It's shit, man. Absolute shit. But there's no stopping technology regarding whatever it is. They'll still develop these. They'll still come up with new ones and whatever.
Yeah, but it's on the black market.
Yeah.
How about you make it legitimate products, and then, you know, the FDA can sit there and test them and, you know, verify that, you know, none of them are actually more harmful than cigarettes. As long as they're no more harmful than a cigarette, then you just let people keep selling them. Because as the innovation keeps getting better and better, they keep getting less and less harmful, not more harmful. The goal is to improve humanity, not kill people off.
And the day if they let, you know, businesses reopen again selling products, then they're going to get their taxes. You know, the more people working or some got business, the more tax and more revenue they create anyway. So it's a win-win situation, but they're just, you know, the brain dead.
Well, big tobacco companies like British American Tobacco are lobbying the U.S. President, Donald Trump's administration, to crack down on illegal vapes, including via import bans on Chinese devices. Listen, can we be honest? Where do you think all of their FDA-authorized vapes are made? They're not made in the USA.
China.
They're all made in Shenzhen. 98% of all the vape products in the world are made in one city in the country, in China.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Exactly.
When you look at the volume of vapes manufactured in Shenzhen, yes, I know that there's other countries like the Philippines, and there's certain, you know, specialist vapes in the UK and EU that are manufacturing vape products and rebuildables and stuff like that. But I'm sorry. 98% are made in China.
Yep, all Chinese. Everything is Chinese.
And the big tobacco vapes are all made in the same place. Utterly ridiculous. And all you're going to get is constant fear-mongering news stories about the bad actors that are out there. Employee fired from Abell Junior High in Midland after allegedly passing out vapes to students.
Oh, Jesus. Another butchery story, yeah. Advertisement. Yeah. Skip that.
Full volume here. And I get to use my new buttons to boost it, because when I listened to it, it was too quiet. Let's try it again.
News West 9 has learned an employee at Abell Junior High fired after allegedly handing out vapes to students. A concerned News West 9 viewer reached out to us saying a hall monitor was the one accused of doing it. The Midland School District tells us it was made aware of the accusation and took appropriate action. The person involved is no longer employed with the district. The district says it strives to provide a safe learning environment for all students and takes all reports of allegations like these seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. A hall supervisor. It wasn't exactly a teacher then, was it? You know what I mean?
And then, coincidentally, you know, after they start publishing all these fear-mongering stories, well, then guess what happens? You get some politician with a big thumb up his ass that goes, oh, man, we're going to have to ban this stuff here. We're taxing it isn't just enough, you know. So we have Tennessee right now fighting for their lives. Tennessee state vote on Vape Bill sparks fear of product ban among store owners. Well, yeah, that's because you know that there's no way in hell that your store can survive on selling 23 authorized, FDA-authorized vape products. There's no way in hell, especially when you're going to compete with convenience stores for the sale of the same products.
Wow.
We going to play?
Explore Tomorrow, Tennessee state senators are set to vote on a bill that vape store owners say would nearly wipe their shelves of the products they sell. Fox Chattanooga's Lily Butler spoke to store owners about their concerns and breaks down the bill.
These products are what Chattanooga Vapor Co. Director of Merchandising Denise McIntyre tells me helped her and many customers she serves quit smoking cigarettes. Now, these products and her livelihood, she tells me, are at risk.
Discouraged, scared, worried.
That is how Denise says she feels as Tennessee lawmakers are set to vote on Monday on a bill that would impact the vaping industry.
Setting up guardrails to make sure that the practices in these stores do not.
How long has that asshole been in office?
Fucking hell. He looks as old as his, doesn't he?
Dude looks like he's about to have a stroke.
In any way harm the lives of young people.
The bill's sponsor, Ken Yeager, says the bill aims to stop youth vaping.
We're trying to hold them back and say, wait a minute, there's adults in this state that vape.
Danny Gillis with the Tennessee Smoke Free Association agrees with this state advisory commission study that suggests this law won't keep vapes out of the hands of young people.
Instead of using a scalpel, they're using a butcher knife and they're just cutting the whole industry off.
State lawmakers who opposed the bill also questioned its effectiveness and brought up the recommendations from the State Advisory Commission study.
I think what we're doing in this bill comes closer to fixing the problem with respect to the TASER recommendation.
Senate Bill 763 puts restrictions on which products vape stores can sell and requires them to be put on a registry list.
The only products that are available are 34 authorized products and maybe a few that are in litigation with the FDA.
Of the 34 products on this FDA-approved list, none of them are the flavors Denise says her customers like to buy.
And if they lose access to that, they're going to have to cross state lines, go back to smoking cigarettes, or go on the black market and get potentially harmful products.
And if these products have to be taken off the shelves of vape stores.
If you are McDonald's and you're only allowed to sell French fries, you're not going to be open.
That leaves store owners and employees like Denise with a questionable future.
We have a mortgage, a home mortgage. We have 2 boys. We have car payments.
In Chattanooga, Lily Butler, Fox Chattanooga.
Utterly ridiculous, dude. And you know the best part is? Not only are they going to ban all of the products that actually are in vape stores for sale, but the 34 authorized products get a 10% tax added to them. Which I can't show you because they now want a subscription, because I looked at one article yesterday. But Tennessee bill would add a 10% tax and ban certain vape products. No, you're banning everything. You're only authorizing the products that nobody wants to buy. And that's why Big Tobacco is pushing for these bills all across the states because, well, it's the only way that they can continue to sell the shit that nobody wants to buy. If they're the only ones left on the market, this is essentially creating a monopoly for Big Tobacco. Let's be real about it.
Ridiculous.
Well, we're proposing stricter rules for vaping. No, that's not what you're doing. An unskippable commercial. I had to laugh because YouTube sent me an email saying we're gonna monetize all your videos for you because you know you're not making enough money, so we want to monetize every single video you've ever uploaded. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. If you don't want this, you have to go on every single video and you have to tell us that you don't want it monetized.
That's not good.
I hate your commercials as it is.
A new tax could be coming to vape products in Tennessee. It's all part of a bipartisan bill that puts stricter rules on vaping. Welcome to News 2 at 4. I'm Corey Johnson. News 2's Audrey Mayer reports the goal is to reduce the number of kids using vapes. Audrey.
Corey, the vaping issue has gotten so bad in some areas, school districts like Sumner County have installed vape detectors. One vape store manager tells me this bill doesn't get to the root of the problem.
Our
juvenile courts across Tennessee are being flooded with minors who are victims of what I just said.
Minors who are criminals. Put them in jail and they won't ever pick up a vape again. But no, you're not going to do that. You're going to take legal adults and remove their rights to access harm reduction products and force them to go back to smoking cigarettes.
Illegal Chinese vape products.
Illegal Chinese vape products. We already talked about how all the big tobacco products are made in the same place. Exact same city.
And the answer to that is put the taxes up. Do you think the kids is going to stop because of taxes? Really?
Where do you think the kids are getting them now? They're not getting them from legal vape shops. They're getting them on the black market, and they're getting them out of state.
Tennessee State Senator Ken Yeager hopes a bill adding 3 main regulations to the vape industry will help lower the youth vaping rate across the state. If passed, the law would impose a universal carding requirement, establish a website where all vape products for sale will be posted and regulated by the FDA, and add a 10% tax on products where users add their own liquid to the cartridge. But some vape shops say these added rules won't deter minors from getting vaping products.
Vaping isn't the issue. The issue is that these minors are going to find their way into getting these products one way or another.
Why did they black out his sign?
Andrew Barnes, manager of Vapor Cafe, says the source of the issue is kids' ability to get fake IDs.
One of the largest issues that we see in this state, and we are sick of seeing it.
Barnes also says the regulations would hurt business, affecting thousands of jobs. However, Senator Yeager says the bill's intention is not to put people out of business, describing the tax as modest.
This is designed to make sure that the products that are getting into the hands of our young people are safe.
And it's estimated the 10% vape tax would generate about $16 million for the state. Corey?
All right. Oh, there you go. $16 million for the state. Ka-ching.
That's what this is all about. It has nothing to do with the children. It has to do with the fact that the state of Tennessee has lost millions upon millions of dollars of tax revenue from selling cigarettes because people are giving them up. They don't want them. In Utah, was already gone down this road and lost.
Well? Huh? Are they one of the MSC states and all, are they?
Oh, of course.
There you go.
Of course. Nearly all vapes outlawed in the state of Utah after judge lets the ban take effect. Vaping saved my life from big tobacco. Adults demand flavored vapes. That's what the judge said. You now have to buy your stuff from the black market. As of Tuesday, almost all vapes are illegal in the state of Utah. A move that vape shop owners say will drive them out of business and grow a black market just like in Australia. The vape law passed last year banned flavored vape juices like watermelon and bubble gum, as well as those with more than 4% nicotine content in any products that have not been approved by the U.S. FDA. Wait a minute. Half of the products that have been authorized by the FDA have more than 4% nicotine content in them.
Exactly.
59 milligram. This Japan tobacco product, 59 milligrams, is 5.9% nicotine. Banned. Juul pods, 59 milligram pods, also banned in the state of Utah. Even though it's FDA authorized, no, it's not allowed for sale in the state because we have to protect you from consuming nicotine. So,
yeah, right.
The Enjoy Ace, half the pods that have been authorized, banned in the state of Utah. You can only buy the 24 milligram pods if you want to use the Enjoy Ace, which is FDA authorized.
Wow.
Utterly ridiculous. And here comes the next scare story. Are you ready for it?
Oh, here we go.
They killed him for vape pens. Officials release more information on a fatal shooting of a high school student. The suspects in the shooting that killed Champlain Park High School student earlier this month were intending to rob him, according to the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office. In a Facebook post, the Sheriff's Office said that the 4 teens who were involved in the death of 18-year-old Diamond Manley looked through his pockets for vape pens after fatally shooting him. They ran through Diamond Eddie's Manley pockets as he begged for help, then ran away, the post said. The suspects, a 17-year-old boy from Shoreview, 17-year-old boy from Ramsey, and a 16-year-old boy from Shoreview, and a 15-year-old boy from Coon Rapids, were arrested on March 18th for fatally shooting this man to get his vape. How are you protecting the kids again?
You got me. Fucking hell. That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting.
Now let's go take a look at Thailand, because it isn't just the United States we focus on here, folks. Thai police arrest 3 Chinese nationals in a major vape bust. Seize illegal products. Boy, doesn't this remind you of, like, when they take down the cocaine cartels? Bangkok, March 31st, in a major crackdown, the Thai police on Monday arrested 3 Chinese nationals, 2 men and a woman, during a sting operation in Pattaya Gaya, that's Malaysia, seizing vape pens and zombie vape liquid. The suspects allegedly admitted to running the illegal activities and sales worth 2 million Thai baht a day. How much money do you think that is in American dollars?
It's shit. It's crap. It's cheap.
Nope. Nope. It's like $80-some thousand. Oh, $54,000 or $58,500 a day. A day. They earned 2 million baht a day.
Wow.
$58,470.16 a day selling nicotine vapes and vapes that are molested with other drugs. You believe this shit?
See, if they were a paedophile, they would have got a pat on the head and went on the merry way.
Probably. Marathon County Health Department Solid Waste announced vape disposal event for April. What? The county health department is doing a vape recycling event?
Even though they're illegal. Okay.
The Marathon County Health Department and Solid Waste Department are raising awareness for the proper disposal of vape devices. Public health educator Courtney Tveden says that the devices come with 2 major issues: chemicals and fire hazards. The e-liquid or any liquid left in them can contaminate the environment by getting into the soil and water. The lithium-ion batteries are also a fire hazard. When they go through our recycling or trash and are exposed to heat, damaged, or are compacted, they are likely to cause fires. Well, yeah, do the same thing to your cell phones and they'll catch on fire too.
Exactly. No shit, Sherlock.
Not unique to a vape device.
Fuck it hell.
Anyway, throughout April, residents can drop off used vape devices at the Marathon County Health Department at 1000 Lakeview Drive, Suite 100 in Nassau.
Is that without being arrested for possession of an illegal vape as well?
Yeah.
Is it anonymous? Is it anonymous?
It's not illegal to use them or have them. It's illegal to sell them. Meanwhile, more scare stories in the UK as they try to move more people into believing that these are the worst things since sliced bread. Men with tools attempt to break into grocery and vape shop at city center. 2 men who tried to break into the shop on Catherine Street in the early hours of the morning fled when they were disturbed. The men who were carrying tools tried to enter the grocery and vape store on Saturday, March 15th. Police have published pictures of the men and are trying to identify them in connection with the incident and asked witnesses to contact them. So if you can identify these 2 men in this blurry-ass picture, I don't understand that, man. Our pictures on our phones are now like 50 megapixels, and this is what security camera footage is like?
Security cameras are shit, aren't they? Or they get grainy or they're black and white. And you know, the technology you've got now, it's bullshit. You may as well stick your phone on a window and just plug it into your computer all night. You get a hell of a picture.
You can take 8K video with some of the new modern phones that are out there, but this is the best picture they can have for a security system. It's supposed to protect and identify anybody that molests your business. Sure. That almost makes sense.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
Well, today we're finally going to get to what's been stockpiling in my bookmark folders for a long time.
Your Twitch feeds. This is going to be long. Look at the list. Jesus.
Juul 2 end products can likely help substantial proportions of the U.S. adult who smoke switch completely away from cigarettes or meaningfully reduce their cigarette combustion, thereby reducing the dependence on smoking combustible tobacco products. And they improve their respiratory condition. Consequences in complements of a 6-week actual use study published in JMIR Publications, Advanced Digital Health and Open Science. Interesting.
Yep. Juul 2 system.
And down in Australia, another example of what vape bans cause. A father and his 15-year-old son are seriously ill in hospital after allegedly being shot by an angry neighbor who objected to the illegal vape trade the two conducted from their balcony.
Shot up. Okay, now. So they've moved on from firebomb and now they're shooting each other. Okay, now.
And you have to go to the Netherlands to hear the story about something that happened in Australia.
Wow.
Well, a father and his 15-year-old son are seriously ill in hospital after allegedly being shot by an angry neighbor who objected to the two of them trading a vape. 3 road workers who had been working near the flat at Russo Street for the last 3 weeks saw dozens of youngsters standing in front of the apartment. The trade was conducted using a pulley. The box came down, the 10-pound note went up, the 10-euro note went up, and it was all going on all the time, one of the men told them. Flavored vapes have been banned in the Netherlands, boosting the trade. So it is in the Netherlands. It's not in Australia.
Yeah, Netherlands.
Flavored vapes have been banned in the Netherlands, boosting the trade of illegal sales. Neighbors said that the practice had been going on in the flat for months and was conducted via Snapchat. Most buyers were around 12 or 13 years old and came around 3 p.m. when the school was done for the day. One of the neighbors told the paper. Another said that the crowds and litter were turning the situation into a ticking time bomb. Something was going to happen, another neighbor said. Police have not confirmed an angry neighbor shot the two. We are including it in our inquiry, the police spokesman said. Shortly after the event, arrested 55-year-old man and 56-year-old man, both from Rotterdam, who are still in custody. Housing operation Havensteder said it had received any complaints about the alleged illegal vape trade.
Okay.
Dutch news.
Jesus.
What diggity dog diggity? And here I thought the Pippa was talking about Australia, and here we have a Dutch story. Where's Vic?
Closer to home.
Not Vic. Vic. Vaping with Vic. Bic. Bic, not Vic. I don't know why I keep getting that wrong.
Bicky.
Bic. Isn't he in the Netherlands?
Yep. Tell us what's going on, my friend.
Shock and awe. Philip Morris International Science and Dr. Gilchrist go biblical on spurious claims in Chapter 9 of the 2024 Royal College of Physicians report on vaping. While most of this report is excellent, it is contaminated by pseudoscience, specifically from the Bath Tobacco Harm Elimination University. Bath, England.
Jesus.
Another Bloomberg institution.
Of course it is.
It's a massive public health failure. The government has allowed the public to be hoodwinked into thinking that vaping is bad or worse for your health than smoking. The crackdown on vaping is making people believe incorrect, unscientific, and dangerous myths, and has been progressively getting worse year upon year.
Shit.
Fewer and fewer people, as time goes on, understand the truth that this is less harmful. Clive Bates talk about this year after year, the E6 Summit. Here's the recipe. Kurt Yo from South Africa has released the recipe for tobacco control. All right? And all the studies that are paid for by Bloomberg's disastrous money. Okay? First, you describe a desired result. Then you design the study accordingly, and you conduct research as per the design so that you exclude any unfavorable results of your study and only include the most fearful, ridiculous accusations and claims. Then you share your findings in a conference so that it can't actually be peer-reviewed, because as soon as it was peer-reviewed, somebody would call out your bullshit. And you call a local tabloid up to publish your study that you presented at a conference, even though it's not actually a peer-reviewed study. And then you rinse and repeat. Time and time again.
Sounds about right.
Knowing all well that, legitimate scientists like Roberto Sussman can't possibly keep up with all the crap that you're putting out there.
Bullshit. Oh, shit.
Oh, the FDA said that ads, fear-mongering ads, prevented 444,252 children from starting to use e-cigarettes. And, well, you can do some simple math and come to realize that applying the author's analytics to the adult population of people who smoke, the FDA Real Cost campaign prevented 654,477 adult smokers from picking up a vape and quitting smoking.
So where they get these numbers from, like, how do they know? It's just,
You do simple math. You know how effective vaping is to get a smoker to stop smoking. You know what percentage of the smokers who try a vape will quit smoking because of the vape. So you do some simple math. And you take a look at how many people saw it and were scared away from it. And then you do the math and you figure out how many of those people that didn't quit ended up dying because of it.
Yeah.
I told you, man, someday somebody's going to figure out what this FDA Real Cost campaign is actually costing in real human lives. So you prevented 444,000 children from trying a vape that would never kill them, but you did also prevent 650,000 adult smokers from not dying prematurely. So how is that a public health win?
So plus you may have had 444,000 children who decide to pick up a cigarette instead. So there you go. Mission accomplished. You've now got 400,000 new smokers.
So now you've got essentially killing 1 million smokers, whereas if your program never existed and you never put those commercials on TV, well, then all those people would still be alive.
Exactly. It's crap, man.
It's a load of shit.
Unbelievable.
And the thing is, most people don't care. These are people's lives we're talking about. If you take your car and you run over a person crossing a street, you will go to jail for the rest of your life for killing somebody. But here, these organizations do it all the time. And they know that it is because of their activities that these people had a premature death. But it's okay. Because they sell you on the idea that we're trying to get people to quit smoking. No, you're stopping people from finding out the easiest way to quit smoking in the world. Worked for you, worked for me, worked for most of the people that are watching this show.
Yep, they will just never learn.
Well, we're going to cut it off there. Oh, no. I got to talk about vape science.
Oh, vape science. Come on, sir. Vape science.
I did do the one thing, but I want to get to the ones that we actually talked about here. All right.
Right. Come on. Get on board, sir. Get on board.
Oh, I need to create a button for that, for the news scene. All right. You always hear about this crap. Oh, what is that sound effect?
It works. Hallelujah.
You always hear the fear-mongering stories about cardiovascular risk of nicotine consumption. Well, here we have the global effect of cardiovascular risk factors on lifetime estimates. Modification of smoking at the age of 55 to 60. So if you're our age, 55 to 60, and you quit smoking because you picked up a vape, well, you can actually increase the number of years to your life. The earlier studies that said that if you were older than 40 and you quit smoking, you really didn't add much to your life are bullshit. And now we have an actual piece of science that was put out there that can tell you, listen, you're never too old to quit smoking and improve your health outcome. Talk to any vapor out there. You'll come to realize within a month of you no longer smoking cigarettes and only vaping, how much your health will improve. Dr. Charles Garner just did a study out there on Twitter, just put it out there and says, of all you people that use vaping to quit smoking, tell me about your health. Did it get worse? Did it get better? Did it get much better? Or did you get to the point where you feel like, and your doctor might have even told you that you've never smoked a cigarette in your life, according to your health results? And half the people out there said that it was the last answer. Their doctors actually told them that it looks like you never even smoked.
That's because if you stop soon enough, your lungs actually heal. Fact.
And there's an actual study out there that talks about people with COPD. You're always, as a smoker, subjecting yourself to a potential of getting COPD. And there are people that switch from combustible cigarettes to vaping, and their COPD got better.
Exactly.
And the results were permanent. It wasn't some temporary improvement.
Yeah. Baldwin.
Next one. Bauskino Golden, hello and welcome. Devin Jeff, hello and welcome. Next study, nicotine and tobacco can improve working memory via augmenting brain-derived neurotropic factor levels through alpha-7 nicotinic acetylcholine receptors. The fancy schmancy way of saying when your nicotinic receptors in your body have the nicotine occupy the cell, guess what? It improves your mental faculties. And now we have to verify we're a human? Why?
Who do you think's
You're
pressing the
afraid?
button?
You're
Forget
afraid
the
that
dog.
somebody's AI bot is going to learn your scientific study and be able to tell people the truth?
Mm-hmm.
That was the only good thing that came out of this whole COVID pandemic situation was most of the science was open access to anybody that wanted to read it.
Exactly. Bastards.
Anyway. While smoking has definitely been associated with many negative consequences to human health, one possible benefit is that nicotine could improve cognitive functions. What? Nicotine's a cognitive enhancer? Maybe that's why college students are picking up a vape?
No, can't be doing that.
And when you look at the real picture and the big picture, you come to realize, well, they could pick up speed from the local drug dealer to try and, get their papers written in time and study for an exam, or they could pick up a vape and get essentially the same benefit without the chance of becoming a speed freak. This is bad. Why? Oh, this is good? Why don't we hear about this all over the place? Unreal. All right. Those were the two that I would definitely want to cover.
It's a little bit of positive news anyway, isn't it? Nicotine and
there's always positive news out there, but it's buried in a mound of crap that you have to dig a needle through a haystack in. There's actually a nicotine consumer group that you can sign up to. Get a hold of me if you're actually interested in it, djalex@hunkyvape.com, and I'll get you on the list. But Clive Bates and Ariel Selna and other people in the past constantly do a search of the database of science that's published. And they look at all the science that's published week after week after week, and they read through them all. And they actually summarize the highlights and the benefits and the, oh my God, what the hell is this crap? So if you're really interested in the science aspect of things, want to nerd out like me and, week after week, sit there and keep up with the latest science that's out there, let me know. I'll sign you up on the list. Get you on that list. And then once a week, you get an email and you'll get a list of all the stuff. And Clive has most of the science summarized. So you don't even have to read the papers. Just have a summary of what the kind of crap is out there.
Just wish it was more positive than negative, that's all.
Well, it's kind of like when we were talking about health last week. There's no money to be made unless the people are sick and needing pharmaceutical products to get them back to a semi-normal state.
Define normal.
There's no money to be made on healthy populations. That's the problem. Greed is why we have so many sick people in this world and why there's so much junk science out there.
Totally
disgusting.
Agree. Totally agree. It's all wrong. It's shit. Absolute shit.
Makes you want to go and have a drink. You know what I mean?
Anyway, we're officially in English summertime at long last. Woohoo!
Yeah!
Light evenings are here. Happy days. No
Daylight
more depressing, cold, horrible nights. It is. I had to manually change the time in my tachograph today because it didn't automatically change. So I had to go in and go down, try the local settings.
We got some dad jokes later talking about that. How you go changing the times on everything.
Yeah, you do, don't you? Every fucking clock, the clock that's been on the wall for 20 years is covered in shit and dust.
Best thing I ever did 2-3 decades ago was I bought an alarm clock that automatically changed the time and kept up with the time from the Colorado, whatchamacallit, atomic clock.
Yeah. Most modern ones do, but I've still got a nice big old hands clock there on the wall. You can't beat a nice good old fashioned clock on the wall. You know what I mean? Beautiful.
Yeah. Old grandfather clocks. Those are a rarity nowadays.
Exactly. Oh, what? Yeah.
Mom's got one in her dining room. You have to wind it up
Cuckoo.
once a month.
What about cuckoo clock? How many cuckoo clocks do you see nowadays?
Only on Hogan's Heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can still get them made, especially like German ones, but they cost an absolute fortune. Absolutely ridiculous. But it's it's craftsmanship at work. They're fantastic. They're lovely the way they make them. So you pay for what you get, don't you?
Hell yeah.
Yes, there is.
And they're not cheap.
Bastard, there is. There is a spring in your step, mate. Daylight.
I can't believe it.
Daylight.
Oh, there it is.
What?
I thought the chat overlay was off. I didn't change the timeout on that. I think I have that timeout at like 30 seconds or something. Then your messages disappear.
There is a spring in my step, mate, because summertime, happy days.
Sunlight. I actually have the window cracked open today. It's nice and chilly outside, and I'm like, there's no point in running the air conditioner. You got nice cool air outside. Turn the exhaust fan on downstairs in the kitchen, and job done.
We're quite warm this week. Apparently, we're a nice little bit of high pressure there, keeping we nice and warm at the minute. So happy days.
This is going to be a glorious week here in the United States. We are going to go through all 4 seasons this week. We have spring, summer, fall, winter, and back to spring again.
Happy days.
What a joyous occasion.
I don't know. It is. Who said there's no such thing as global warming?
Well, sir, do you have your beverage, your adult beverage?
I do.
Oh, time for a flavor explosion.
News just in. According to a bastard, Kenny is far too happy. Quick, everyone zap him. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Move your mind and get ready for the drop.
Right, folks, today
himself.
The man who is absolutely happy because the sun's made him happy has seen the sun's out. I've gone for my normal seasonal beverage, which is cider. And I know I had this the other week, but I bought some more today because after the day I've had and the heat and all that, and I just need to unwind. So I bought some more of this wonderful K cider, which is 7.5% alcohol by volume, brewed in Glasgow, England. And yeah, 500 milliliter can, 7.5% volume. Time for bottoms up. Over to you, sir.
Well, sir, since I know how much you love Bailey's, the wife went to the liquor store the other day and was picking up a bunch of stuff. So she happened to pick up Coffee Toffee, a non-dairy Bailey's using oat milk. Glorious. Non-dairy. So, if you've got some lactose intolerance or whatever, you can have this oat milk variety of Bailey's.
Is it still going to be that lovely creamy, you know what I mean? Is it still going to be nice and creamy? Bailey's is creamy. That's part of its, its stature.
News just in. According to William Dobson, Kenny feels lonely as he is one of only a few who supports Newcastle. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
I beg to differ, my friend, because Newcastle, they've done the parade of the cup through the city centre. There was 150,000 people lining the streets. Then they had a special event on the town moor where another 10 to 20,000 people gathered. So I don't think I'm the only one, William. So, nah.
I didn't read the label. It says shake bottle vigorously before pouring.
Oh, dear.
Serving size is 2.5 fluid ounces. I think I
News just
exceeded
in.
that.
According to Devin Jeff, Elon Musk is a king. Now back to your regularly
Bullshit.
scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Bullshit.
Kenny takes them as
Elon.
fighting words. I love it.
Yeah. I'm trying to be happy here and you're giving me this all depressing stuff. How dare you?
Well, that's the reason for the 17%
News just in.
alcohol.
According to Mallory Gates, whoever pissed off Elsa go apologize. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
That's the lovely flood of winter weather we're having across the country.
It is. Bastards.
You know, I can tell this is an oat milk variety of Bailey's.
Not good. It's all right.
Well, see, it's all right because you get this creamy coffee flavor, which blends with the coffee well. You get this caramel aspect to it, but the dairy
News just
note
in.
that's lingering on your mouth
According
is
to
like...
Neil Pitts, I don't mind period sexy her mozzarella stick she my lil cup of marinara. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Oh, no. Anyway, I'm on the crisp.
Yeah, the lingering non-dairyness of this comes full shine. It's a lingering flavor in your mouth.
Yeah.
Like powdered milk.
Oh.
You ever powdered milk as a kid?
Powdered milk, yeah.
Yeah.
It was horrible.
It's not real milk. Not even close. It can substitute for it, but you really have to think positively about it to enjoy the experience.
News just in. According to Mallory Gates, Neil is after them Red Wings. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Oh.
You believe we only have 2 hand checks this week?
Really?
In the Discord server?
Wow.
2 hand checks this week.
Million.
It's all right.
Wow.
Hot diggity dog diggity. Today we have Buta Squad submitting his hand check. Check out that lovely
nice.
thing. My
That's
apologies to Buta Squad for not being at the Friday show. He invited me to join his show on Fridays. And well, doggy passed away last week, so I was absent from it. And I had the computer completely torn apart, so I couldn't even apologize for it until Saturday, because that's when I saw his message. Anyway, it was a Friday night after. Yeah, it was Friday night I put it back together because I did get to see Patrick's show. So I'll be there this Friday. But there's his lovely hand check. Isn't that glorious?
Yeah. Wow, is that 42 watts? It is, isn't it? I thought it was what I just had a quick look at 420.
Well, mine's a 45. Time for me to get this tank cleaned up and then record my final thoughts and get this video uploaded as well.
News just in. According to Neil Pitts, Mallory I like ketchup mustaches. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Get power.
Well, when William Dobson isn't berating you about your football pick, he's trying out brand new tanks. Here we have the Stalk. It's a flavor chasing tank, the Stalk RTA. Bottom airflow, like the bulk. Like Fagan's bulk. Have to let us know how it is. Is it truly good?
Who makes it? Wonder who makes it.
I don't know. ROV is the... Wonder if it's some small-time company that made it.
Possibly, yeah. Which is nice to see, you know what I mean? Little companies starting to produce stuff. Yeah. Very
You have your window
nice.
open today, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Because your color's way off. I'm like, what? Looks yellow. And then I saw the background. I saw the sun peeking through on the wall. I'm like, I bet that's the sunlight.
The sun.
Throwing off your camera.
It's like, it's because I've got a window open. Hang on, I'll
Yeah, it's like I got one here too. I'm so looking forward to this fresh air.
Oh, there you go. I'll pop that back down. Right.
You're fine.
Now you see it?
I didn't mean to
you
have
go.
you change it or nothing.
There you go. And you can see me, beautiful me, properly.
Yeah, but you want that fresh air. Enjoy that fresh air. I have mine cracked open here.
I've been out it all day. Just for hell's measure, I'll put me doodah on and all.
Listen, that's
There
one
you
thing
go.
that's like the only downside to this
There you
modern enterprise computer is the amount of heat it generates. You don't hear the fans
Exactly, you don't
anymore,
need no heat.
but holy cow, does this room get hot fast.
I bet.
Damn. Especially like when I was playing the game to try out, tax the graphics card a little bit. I was playing Civilization on Saturday just to keep my mind off of, the dog being gone and all the other crap that's been going on. And I didn't hear the fans once. But I'll tell you what,
Really?
I was in my skivvies by the time the day was over in this room. It
Really
got
that
that
warm?
warm. Like, I'm going to have to figure out some kind of new ventilation in this room to try and keep this room the same temperature as the rest of the house.
I told you, you need to get bringing massive cooling system, not just for your computer, for your room.
Oh, the computer's
Wait,
glorious now. When I come in first thing in the morning, the CPU and the computer itself is like 30, right? And it never gets over like 55 now.
Really? Wow.
At idle, it was sitting at 60 and would go up to 70 if I was playing a game with that air cooler, which is still way below the 90, 95 that the chip is rated to. Mitchell Smith, hello and welcome. But wow. I didn't realize how much more effective the water cooling was going to be.
Oh, it's brilliant. Awesome. Absolutely brilliant.
And this 360 cooler was actually less than half the cost of the 420 I originally bought.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Granted, it only comes with a
This
3-year
one's
warranty, whereas the other one had a 6-year warranty, but if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit.
It's a shame though, because it was only out by a fanny's hair. What 5 mil did you say? Something like that? Nothing.
Yeah, 5 mils.
About that
What
was-
they did was they made the radiator too thick. It was 11 mils bigger than the previous generation. And if I would have known that, I would have bought the previous generation cooler. It was 11 mils thicker, which put the fan literally touching the little clips on the ATX plug on the top of your motherboard. I mean,
Jesus. That's not good. Not good.
Whatever. It still works.
Yeah. What you vaping on the day then, sir? What you got lying about?
Well, I
I've got
made
some
another
new
bottle.
stuff.
I made another bottle of my Live Laugh Toaster Bath, which is a blue raspberry with some cherry and strawberry added to it. She's delicious. New product going to be opened and unboxed this week. The Torin Vortex 30 RDA. I still have the Torin Max dripper here.
Very nice.
Very smooth airflow, but you got to really push the power to it. That was 80 watts, and I just like, it ain't nothing. Go to 100 watts.
What's your build?
0.11.
Oh, you need some heat in that, like.
That mod's not going to do it. I need to put it on a dual 21700. Push some heat to it.
That's going to need some heat.
Especially, I mean, I got the airflow cut halfway back. If I run this thing wide open, it can be a cloud chucker, but you're going to need a lot more heat.
Yeah. With that size build, you'll need a bit of heat through that, like.
That's a very good liquid. We made that last week.
The
apple is so like right in your face, and it's like the country apple spices. Wow!
I've got some new
stuff. And I'm still chugging away on my repaired tank. That it's the best one.
Yep.
I never thought I'd say that. I thought I'd be stuck on the Arbiter for the rest of my life. I haven't returned to it since I got this tank.
I've still got mine on me Hadron 220. Mine's still sitting there. Love it, love it, love it.
I got 2 of them.
I've got some new. I've got some new.
And the Hell Vape J edition. I'm still cracking away on that.
Well,
Dead Rabbit 3 RTA J edition.
That leads me into my newbie stuff. I'm currently, I've just about finished my testing, but this here is the SX Mini MG class.
Ooh.
It is tiny. I mean, it's an 18650 battery, right? I'll get, there's my AIO. Look how small that fella is. It's tiny. It's a 60-watt device. It's designed for a 24mm RTA, but I've got these little disposable tanks. I sent you a few of these. These are 25, and these 25s fit snug as a bug on a rug. So you probably could get a 25mm tank on it, but I wasn't going too tall because it's just so easy to knock over. You know what I mean? So there will be a review coming up for that soon. This is me out and about device now. This is what's replaced me buying disposables all the time. This is what I now take out of this. Yep. This is what I take out of this because it's so small, it's so light, awesome, brilliant. And you talking about the Dead Rabbit 3, I've got 2 for comparison. I've got that one, the edition, which you know about. But I've also got the 6th anniversary edition.
Really?
Which is pretty. Looking at them, they're identical, but I think the finishes are just different. Obviously, I've got with the black and gold. There's the 6th. That's your 6th anniversary edition one there in the box. It's a nice gold, lovely little gold color that one is. That's the 6th anniversary edition one. They're pretty much identical. I think it's just the body, and I've got a lovely, nice, shiny silver G edition. Mine's a silver.
Nice,
gorgeous, it's beautiful. So I'm going to do a little comparison on them when I get time. Not so much to review. I mean, they've been out, 3 years now, the V3 Dead
Yeah,
Rabbit,
but you know what? There are very few comparison reviews out there. I think it's well worth it.
Yeah, so I was going to do a comparison thing with them, but I've got my review pretty much sorted. I've got bits and bobs done, just a bit of editing to do, but because when I buy it, the first thing I do is I do the unboxing, so I'm opening it while it's new, and then I'll leave that and then just do the other stuff as I go on. But so the unboxing's done, so it's just a testing. But hey, wow, it's 650 battery, light as a feather, it's lush. It kicks out some shit as well.
Wow,
that's 50 watts. That's 50 watts on that little daft disposable things. You know what I sent you, them little disposables? I've got boxes and boxes of them.
I'm running at 45. Let me bump it up to 50. See what she's like.
50 watts, spot
Make
on.
sure the airflow's open.
Delicious, my friend.
It is.
Not bad for what they are. They're not bad for what they are.
I used up this whole little bottle of liquid that we made. Were the dragon fruit's way too strong? Here we are in third week of it. It's still punchy in the dragon fruit end of things, but it's not like overwhelming.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
I don't personally care for that dragon fruit heavy e-liquid, but I'm sure that, places where they eat dragon fruit, they would welcome that e-liquid.
Without a doubt. You can see it. Flavors are subjective, so somebody likes dragon fruit. Happy days.
Yeah, I love this RTA, the Dead Rabbit 3, so much that after doing the review for this J edition, I had to get one of the regular ones that wasn't a special edition one, and I need to compare that to a single coil version of it. So that's also slated for this week.
I mean,
plus I need to finish up the Watofo pod that I've got that's sitting in the bedroom right now. This is how I do my reviews. I do the open unboxing here. I use it for a week inside the studio. Then it gets moved to my headboard in my bedroom. And it sits there for a week, and I see how much I use it at night before going to bed. Then it makes its way back into the studio, and then during the course of that next week, it gets reviewed and edited and video published.
Yeah. I mean, that 6th anniversary edition, they've done like a pack as well, because they've done the Dead Rabbit V3, they've done the Dead Rabbit RTA 6th edition, and they've done the Dead Rabbit Solo 6th edition. So there's 3 6th edition products, but you can't buy them in a presentation case if you wish to do so. You know what I mean?
Wow.
But they're out. You can still buy. You can buy them separate if you want to. It was only 2020. I was last year, 2024. The 6th edition stuff come out. So they're still relatively new-ish. But they're identical.
I'm looking forward to seeing how that solo dripper works out.
Yeah.
The Dead Rabbit Solo. Compare that with the, Dead Rabbit 3.
I mean, like I say, it looks okay. I've noticed, like I say, with the rabbit wings, they're now like tubes. They're like round now on the side of the square block.
Yeah, they're round, so there's no more turbulence. I was surprised how much turbulence was actually caused by those blocky...
By the blocks. Yeah.
Yeah. Bunny ears.
I'm interested. I can't wait to ever give it a go. Somebody was talking about Mike Vape's new order. Yeah, I've got that one. The Blaze. Was he talking
and the
about
other
the
thing I
Blaze
truly
RTA?
love, I can't believe how much these semi-mechs, how good they are. Instead of trying to dial in the wattage, just throw it in a semi-mech. Dual battery.
Yeah. Easy, yeah.
Always a perfect vape. It's just
like I say,
phenomenal.
the semi ones, you've also got that little bit of safety as well, so if you're that conscious.
Yeah, if the build's too low or too high or whatever, it just won't fire.
Yeah. There we go.
All right, sir. I think it's time we move on and get some humor into the show.
Yeah,
we're past your daylight savings time now, so I wonder how many daylight savings time stuff we got. Neil Pitt says, I need to pick up the Bogan's new Bonza Pro RDA. It's very good. I'll have to look for it.
Fuck off, William. I'm using one, William. Look, I've got one here. I'm using it.
The problem is, for me to order it, by the time I get it, we're talking like months. Depending on who I order it from. Like Element, if I order it from Element, I can write off seeing that thing until after April. Because they have to use a courier service to deliver it. The Mafia don't give a shit. They'll send it in the mail and it'll be here, 3 days. But if the Mafia don't carry it, well, I'll have to look at some other suppliers out there. I haven't placed an order from like Alley Vapes or any of these other companies. You know who I haven't checked in a while is MV Pro. They moved from Illinois, from Chicago area down somewhere else and opened shop back up again. And I got a Facebook message from them. They've got a coupon for something.
But Mike's also released, I know Mike's done his RTA, but he's also released a pro edition of this. He's done it. We know that the slots on here. He's done away with them and put honeycomb airflow on the top. Supposed to be amazing. So I might try and get my hands on one of them.
Can't imagine what it'd be like with honeycomb on the top too.
Oof. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what that one's like.
Those are for the people that really have a problem with hollow airflows, because the build deck has honeycomb right on the side. So the only reason to put it on the top and inside the build deck is to even out the amount of airflow so you don't get a hollow vape.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see what it would be like honeycombed.
All that does is create an equal input and an output of that air channel coming down to your deck.
Equilibrium. An equal equilibrium, if you want to get posh. But does it make the flavor better? Does it just, It
can't. How can it make the flavor better? If anything, it's going to reduce the velocity of the airflow hitting your coils, because you're now 2 restriction points.
Again, I don't know how big the openings are. I don't know if there's lots of them or there's a small amount. I've never really looked into it. I've just seen a quick glance of it.
Well, you got the tank, don't you?
Yeah.
Let me know how it is.
I have to have a look.
That's the purpose for us doing reviews, so that I don't have to go out and buy every single tank. If you go buy half of them, I buy half of them. We're buying half as much, and we'll learn twice as fast.
Right, definitely.
And then when you say, this is fantastic, then I'll definitely go and make an effort to get one. And vice versa. You bought the J edition and the 6th edition because you saw my review.
Did you get the Blaze RDA? Did you get that one? Did you
the
get your hands
original
on the
Blaze?
RDA? Is this the new one? Hang on.
I haven't got the new Blaze.
The latest one.
The
this is the new
Max
one.
I
The new
have.
Blaze RDA. That's his RDA. I've just seen one of the guys in chat before mention it, and I'm sure this is the latest one.
Hey, you're gonna have to forgive me, all right? Because this whole box are the vapes I used in the past year.
Jesus Christ!
Is the Blaze in here? I don't know.
Possibly.
Here's the Arbiter Solo. Here's the Kylan. Here's the Odin. This is the Crimhild.
The Crimhild, yeah. The Crimhild.
No. This is the Heimhild. Wire rope wicking. There's some Smock one. I mean, here's Bogan's Blotto Max. I don't know.
Having a quick look.
You see all the stuff that's on my shelf? I've got 3 boxes of just drippers. I don't have a place to display them. I was going to make a shelf and everything, but...
That is the latest one. It's from Thunderclouds. Mike Vape and Thunderclouds. I've just looked on the bottom there. Yeah. Thunderclouds. So that is the latest one. I did have the...
Because I only publish reviews on the things that I think are the best, or... Well, I can't even say I publish the ones that are the worst, because there's been a couple ones that I've like, definitely got to bitch about this one. The musket or whatever. I hated the musket. It was so ridiculous. The way that you changed the wattage. You only had one button on it. You had to click it 3 times to get it into the mode, and then you had to push the button to change the voltage or the wattage on it. And then if you overshot it, you had to go all the way round robin again. Single click to change each single setting. I hated the musket.
Yeah, that is the latest one.
Warn people off about it.
That's the one from Thundercloud. So that is the latest one. It's nice, really nice. Really, typical Mike Vape. Spot on. Flavor's good.
I still have the Dead Rabbit Solo here.
My Dead Rabbit MTL. I went to bring and rebuild it. I've got no fucking mouth to lung coils left. I was so annoyed. I need to get some more MTL coils. But
I love this thing. Somebody left a comment on my review of it and said, "Why is it leaking? It leaks worse than the Aspire 3." Nautilus 3 coil. I'm like, I've never had either one of those leak for me before. Ever.
Nah. Not
the Nautilus 3 never
coil.
leaked.
No.
I've had one prematurely die. I was kind of like taken back and thinking back, is this another smock coil situation? Really rare for a Spire, but I popped another one of those mesh coils in there in the Nautilus 3 and never leaked. Sat on my desk. I'd pick it up maybe once a week.
Job done.
Finally got to the point where, I just washed it out and put it away. Just wasn't using it. It wasn't worth taking up the desk space.
Yeah. Yeah, they were pretty good, the Nautiluses. Never
I'll tell you one that really surprised me was these ones. I did the review on these. They leaked. I let them sit here for 3 weeks and didn't touch it. And they leaked. I went to move them and I'm like, what is this puddle underneath here? Where'd it come from? And I pulled the pod out and it was just like,
pod just pissed out all over.
That's why they don't make 9 mil pods. It's great if you use them exclusively, but don't have one and then just leave it sit on your desk for 3 weeks. Because you get the changes in temperature in your room that build up pressure inside there, and the cotton's not going to stop that from eventually leaking out of it. You need to use it. So, I mean, it's not really a fault of the company. It's not like they made a shit product. It's the same coil in all of their stuff.
It's just science, like you said. With the amount of volume of helium you've got in it, you've got to use it. So, like you said, atmospheric pressures and all that stuff change it, and it happens.
And the thing is, that guy might have been like living in the Philippines where it's like summertime now, and he might be using a very thin liquid, a 50-50. You can't do that in the heat. You need to compensate for that and put like a 70-30 in there in the summertime, especially. Wintertime, it's 50-50 is fine.
Yeah.
But I've had plenty of mouth-to-lung tanks that I had to put a 70-30 in the middle of summer because it just gets too hot. You get too much pressure build up, having the heat on that coil in that tank.
Like I say, that's why it's not wise to take them on planes. Once the pressurized cabin kicks in, you just splats everywhere. You're wasting your time.
That's why whenever I went on mine, I legit took a syringe and I emptied the tank. So while I was transporting it, it was legit empty, other than the cotton that's already saturated. And then when I got there, I filled it back up and worked fine the whole time I was on my cruise.
Exactly. Bob's your uncle.
Nope.
Oh, unless you put them in your luggage at cans in the Horde, it might not leak as bad as what would in a pressurized cabin. But,
Yeah. All right, it's our time to roll the dad jokes.
Oh, yes.
Uh-oh.
News just in. According to Butta Squad, I heard Devon J69 is the best new juice mixer. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
You'll have to show me some of his recipes. We'll try them out.
Get some links in, Butta. Get some links in.
Drop in the Discord. All right, dad jokes.
No more despair. I have paid more than I own. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did a vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told cheaper than smoking.
Nope. I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
Ah! No drugs or nuclear weapons allowed inside the restrooms.
News just in. According to Butta Squad, I heard hippie loves Butta Squad. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Oh. Bit of man love there.
All right. No nuclear weapons or drugs allowed inside the restrooms. I'll go put them back in my car.
Oh, God.
Really?
You'll be there.
When you fart and he says, sounds nice and tight. This April Fools. Choose your weapon wisely. On the left, we have a chocolate, a glockolot, and on the right, we have a guacamole.
Oh, God. Really?
Hey, man, this takes being thrown under a bus to a whole new level.
Jesus. Quite a mountain.
I'm on a diet. Brand new diet. You know, I used to eat 6 slices of pizza. Now I only eat 3.
Oh, God. That's cheating.
Is it? Nobody said how I'm supposed to cut the pizza. It wasn't part of the diet.
Radio.
Just reduce the number of slices of pizza you eat. Job done. Good to go. Shocking. Every time the waiter checks on my table, that's what I look like.
Yeah.
Everything good? I don't know about y'all's thoughts. This just doesn't seem right.
Pringles snack pack with the Skittles. Okay, yep. Definitely some wrong labeling going on there.
People in movies will make this breakfast and they have one bite, a sip of orange juice, and say, I'm late for work, better get moving.
And then it all just goes to waste. I would sit there till it was empty, me, like, shape will work.
Listen, that was one of the faults of our parents. You never leave the table until your plate's clean.
Exactly. I've definitely cleaned them plates. That looks gorgeous.
My tolerance for idiots is extremely low today. I used to have some immunity built up, but obviously there's a new strain out there, and I just can't take it anymore.
How true.
Hey, spell me. Okay. M-E. You forgot the D. There's no D in me. Not yet.
Oh, God. Dear me.
Found a hack to keep my kids from eating my snacks. I take all my Snickers and I hide them in a bag of vegetables and throw them in the freezer.
Good idea.
Job done.
Good idea.
You're a terrible man for writing that filth on my son's glove. Ma'am, that's my name. You're sick. Rusty cunt. White Sox player.
Oh.
The mascot, Mr. Sig, visits a hospital patient in 1948.
Yeah. Welcome to your death, young man.
And you wonder why we have trust issues with the American healthcare system.
Wow.
I prefer the real Dumbledore. No, I said the real Dumbledore. Come on now, I said the real Dumbledore. Ah, perfection.
Very true.
These edibles ain't shit. Also, how I found my cereal box the next morning. That's not a bag of chips.
I hear that.
Deadly weapons. From Rambo to Chuck Norris to your mama.
Oh, yeah, the slipper. Wow.
When you've been cuddling and she asks what's poking her, it's a surprise tool that will help us later.
Yeah, filthy animal.
Just another potential tax refund.
But touching on that one where you were talking about the slipper, our parents should have been in the US Marines or the fucking army as snipers because they never missed you when I flung it.
Kind of like you never miss on this. You can totally relate. You know, when you've been down on her for like 30 minutes and she keeps saying, don't stop, don't stop. Meanwhile, your tongue's so numb and hanging down by your knees.
Jaw ache. Can't breathe.
You know, the only thing flat earthers have to fear is sphere itself.
Sphere itself. Oh, God, that's cheesy. That's a corny one, that way.
Not as cheesy as the Wonder Bread woman and her miracle whip.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
Don't you and your old lady like to dress up? Keep the spice alive?
Definitely. Role play as well. Fantastic.
All right, folks, here we got a list of things to say once you turn 50. Some of you start early, like my wife. Where the hell's my phone? I can't seem to remember where I put it. And how did I get this bruise? You see this thing? That's easy to explain in this house. Lucy. Juicy Lucy jumping all over Mama. That ain't my password either. What the hell? What is it? My favorite is, how the hell they expect you to read that fine print? Come on now. And for some of you out there, where did you put your glasses? Mine are on my face, so they never leave. Except when I go to bed at night, then go on the headboard. But the rest of the time, it's on my face. How about this one? Can you relate to this one? Who the heck's calling us at 9:30 at night?
Yeah. Or when somebody's knocking at the door, who the hell's knocking on the door at this time of night? Yeah.
At the FBI? Who the hell would be here coming to our house at 10 o'clock at night?
Yeah.
Here's another good one for you. Does anybody say please or thank you anymore? I mean, what the fuck?
No.
Jeez, how do you throw your body out of whack? All it takes is going to sleep. Half the time you wake up in the morning and go, oh, what the hell did I do last night?
Yeah. I ache everywhere. Yep.
My favorite one, this scale can't possibly be right. We need a new one. What the hell's wrong with people nowadays? That's another good one.
There's that as well.
Or the famous, why the hell did I come into this room? You ain't going to remember until you leave the room, and then all of a sudden, as soon as you walk to the doorway, I'll be like, oh, yeah, that's right.
Or the other one is when you walk in to have a conversation with somebody, you totally forget what you're going to say.
Yeah. You have a conversation about everything except what you wanted to talk about.
Exactly.
There's no such thing as too much horsepower, only not enough traction. Carol Shelby.
That's so true. Mr. Shelby, the legend.
And it's that time of year, folks. The first sight of spring, the state flower is going to be blooming all over the place on every roadside you travel.
Uh-oh.
Probably be there long after summer is just about over. Hey, kangaroos are just deer who went to prison. Convince me otherwise.
Well, he's got kind of 6-pack on the money. Jesus.
Kangaroos are deer that just went to prison. Had nothing to do with their time but to work out.
Exactly. And stand up on all legs.
I'm black tea. I'm green tea. I'm DMT. And I will shatter all your thoughts and ideas of existence. I'm twisted tea. And my slap will fuck you up.
Okay. Fair enough.
How many TikTok videos do you have of your tea? I need your clothes, boots, and your motorcycle. Fuck with the wrong dude.
Not with Chuck Norris, you don't.
The best thing about being over 50, we did all of our stupid shit long before the internet was in existence, so there's no proof of the shit we got over.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Exactly. Brilliant.
Never play leapfrog with a unicorn.
Oh,
must be the worst day of your life. I don't understand stupid people. Maybe I should take one apart and see how it works. What do you think?
So, good look at that.
If I'm ever killed by a mountain lion, just know my last words are going to be, here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Yeah, right.
I know my fat ass ain't going to outrun it, so I might as well be a smart ass. Here's a picture of Keith Richards and Cher backstage at the Grammys circa 1890, photographed by Willie Nelson.
1890. Fucking hell.
Remember the sign we had last week? Blow operator for 5 minutes before starting engines? Somebody decided to Trekify it. Are you ready? Oh, this is going to be a long shuttle flight. Deanna, I think it's time we start our pre-flight checks.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
No wonder he always had a smile on his face.
Oh,
How does a hippie polygamist count her wives? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. These are dad jokes, right? You know, it's not like real comedy. And since it's April Fool's Day, I figured we'd put out some beautiful products for sale. You got a nice jug of horn oil, rated for 10,000 honks. Keep your horn lubed up for the summer. And all the idiot drivers out there. And while you're at it, doing some preventative maintenance, we have the Mechanic Dude's world famous universal headlight and blinker fluid. Keeps your lights lubed up for 10,000 miles.
Lube your lights. Okay.
Way cheaper than replacing a headlight assembly. A leopard can drag something twice its weight up a tree. Yeah, and a cougar can drag someone half her age into bed. Honey, my water broke. All right, let's dam her up.
Oh.
Leaving on a jet plane. Don't know when I'll be baked again.
Oh, God.
Dry East.
Tell
me you don't want this in your backyard.
Holy shit, that's awesome. That is mint.
Also doubles as a hot tub when you're not trying to, travel across time and space.
You know.
Hey, spring at last. No, fuck you. April Fool's joke. It's going to be freezing tonight. Frost warning. Hope you didn't plant any, beans or anything. Peas. Wrong hole! Wrong hole! Wrong hole! When she's in the mood to get her swamp invaded, Duratex Shrek Limited Edition.
Oh.
Gives a whole new definition to tickle her fancy.
Jesus, it looks painful rather than tickly.
Reason number 982 why dads are not to be left alone with their children. Wayne's World!
Definitely.
Wayne's World! Party on!
World. Brilliant, man. That is class.
In the 1980s, a Japanese film director named Hideshi Hinho made gory horror film series called Guinea Pig, whose effects were so realistic that he was investigated by the FBI and the Japanese police and had to go to court to prove his effects were actually fake.
That's brilliant. That is absolutely mint. What's wrong with that? That's art. It's brilliant. He's obviously just poking his hole through a hole in the table and he just slipping shit around it, but it looks good.
And speaking of history, the woman who had the most children in history was Valentina Vasileva, born in 1707 and died in 1782, and is recognized as the woman who had the most children in recorded history, according to the Guinness Book of World Records. She was the first wife of Fedor Vasiliev, a peasant from Shuya, Russia. At this time, there were no methods of contraception, and having children was considered not only a religious, but a social obligation for women. Valentina gave birth 27 times, giving birth to 16 sets of twins, 7 sets of triplets, and 4 sets of quadruplets, for a total of an incredible 69 children, no pun intended. Although it may seem unbelievable, this incredible feat is actually recognized and documented by the Guinness Book of World Records. Dusty Country Road, hello and welcome. Buta Squad, Victor Kolp, Matthew Ryan, hello and welcome.
Holy moly, that's...
You know you're in trouble when your wife pulls out the Turbo Vibe 5000D 10 horsepower model. And when you give her that funny look and don't even say a word, she looks right back at you and says, honey, it's nothing.
Exactly.
Go back to sleep.
You're like, unless she's going to stick up your ass, then you need to worry.
That could be a problem. For those times when you need to kill through 5 walls, we have the ginormous elephant model firearm.
Holy moly. What the hell kind of shell is that? Fucking hell.
You know the recoil on that would probably knock out a wall.
That's like an anti-tank fucking bullet, that like fucking armor piece and that shit. Jesus. Well, whatever's coming at you, that's definitely going to stop it in its tracks. Put it that way. Holy fuck.
For crying out loud, Twitter, can I at least finish my second cup of coffee before unleashing this batshit crazy person on me? Beware of vaping, another safe and effective product from the WEF BlackRock project to Agenda 2030 people off the planet. Vaping causes major problems. Right before COVID hit, what we have since learned is that 5G made the vaping damage much worse than it could have been.
5G, yeah, that's so true. Twiddle, twiddle, twiddle. I don't know. He's gone with that one. He's scratching his head with that one.
Folks, the holiday season is right around the corner, so here's a step-by-step recipe to cook stuffed whole chicken in your oven. Step 1, can you at least look at the fucking chicken?
Well, you know.
Ironically, there is no step 2.
Exactly. Fuck the chicken.
He died last Friday. Thank God he wasn't beaten. Oh, don't worry. He went over easy. He's now on the sunny side. He's definitely on a better plate.
Fucking hell.
My doctor said only 1 glass of alcohol is allowed per day. Oh, I can live with that.
See, you're taking it to the literal.
Listen, man, it's just like my diet. I cut back from 6 slices of pizza to 3.
Exactly.
And in the world where they totally encourage recycling, I totally get it. This is a fully recycled, no longer former Pizza Hut.
Okay.
Unfortunately, there's no more salad bar either. That didn't get
open
recycled.
late as well. That empty building is now open late.
And another prime example of why our generation has trust issues. $200 for a pair of computer speakers, and the tweeter ain't even real.
That's shocking. Gotta have a tweeter.
It's the cheapest part of the speaker. It probably cost them more to manufacture that fake speaker than to put a real tweeter in. Happy birthday to Steven Tyler, turned 77 today.
Really? Wow. Never knew that.
Feel old yet?
77. Kind of, but not as old as him.
Happy birthday to Elton John, who also turned 78 today.
What a shame. Can't stand that bloke either.
That's some good music.
I
saw him and Billy Joel in a concert here in Pittsburgh years ago.
I cannot bite him. Can't stand him.
Aww.
Horrible.
You love him like Elon Musk.
I do. He's in that category. He's in that group.
In memory of Aretha Franklin, born March 25th, 1942, died August 16th, 2018.
Now you're talking. That's a legend.
I knew I could satisfy you some way.
That's the legend, not that previous one, that little gay fat man that wonders run now with a hair transplant. No.
Didn't Sir Elton John become knighted in the UK?
Yes. Yeah. I wonder who he blew for that one. Never mind.
Well, I don't know, but here's a picture of the Polish food pyramid. We have on the base, pierogi. Okay? Right above that, we got some kielbasa, and then some cabbage and pickles. That's your entire Polish food pyramid.
Pretty much.
This is my first cell phone. What'd yours look like?
Definitely it was a brick, like wasn't like that brick, but it was a brick.
That's exactly what it was, dude. I mean, I had to carry that around when we went on the ambulance calls.
Jesus Christ. It's like a mini defibrillator.
Mini defibrillator. You're about to get fucked, dude.
That's a large defibrillator. That's a
you
large
better back
penetrator.
that ass up out of that gas station, or there ain't gonna be a cover over it much longer.
Holy moly.
I did 900 crunches today. Here's a bag of Cheetos, but still, I mean, 900 crunches, right? Sounds good.
Yeah, man.
If you know, you know. Remember these?
Oh, yes, I would know. We know them. Oh, really? That's a total blast from the past, that. We had them at school. We're passing them around at school. Yeah, look at this. God almighty. What a blast from the past.
In memory of Leonard Nimoy, March 26, 1931 to February 27, 2015. Live long and prosper.
Another legend.
What is the dumbest thing you believed as a child? Nap time was a punishment.
Getting sent to your room
Drop
was
it in
a
chat.
punishment because
What was the dumbest thing you believed as a child? You totally wish that
getting sent.
you never said.
Yeah. Getting sent to your room because in my room I had me hi-fi, me TV and everything, so I should listen to music and watch the telly. That wasn't punishment. Loved it.
Spankings are bad.
Oh, yes. Definitely. Depends on the way you're approaching, obviously.
Depends on who's doing the spanking.
That's another avenue, mate. That is another avenue.
Speaking of another avenue, since we know that everybody loves tobacco flavors and it's not attractive to children, this is the new only way to serve ice cream anymore. To protect the children's health.
Is that an actual real thing?
I won't tell. It's April Fool's.
Obviously.
Eat our balls with some homemade semen sauce. Krabby Dicks in Delaware.
Krabby Dicks, Christ. That really sounds yummy, yummy, doesn't it?
Has kind of a Lorena Bobbitt feel to it. And for you folks in the UK, here's a guide to putting your clocks back. Smartphone? Leave it alone. It does its own magic. Nothing to worry about. Sundial. Move one house to the left.
One house to the left.
Oven? You'll need a master's in electronic engineering or a hammer. Either one will fix the clock on that oven for you. And car radio? Some models are not worth. Just wait 6 months and it'll be right again.
Just leave it. Definitely agree with that.
Well, they didn't leave this place alone.
Holy fuck.
They broke in the back cave, dude. You know, that shit never happened when we were growing up as kids. Nobody ever stole a TV when they were growing up. It took 6 people to move it, but...
That's what I'm saying. You couldn't back in the day. It took you like 10 people, a fucking 7.5-ton truck.
Next time you feel like a chocolate, have yourself a wank.
Well, yeah.
Kenny's wank. That's what it says. Meanwhile, we've got the Welsh ride-on lawnmower for your brethren up north.
Welsh ride-on.
You know, I'm no bird expert, but I'm guessing that there's 4 females in this picture and 1 male.
Definitely agree with that one.
And since you love birds so much, here's Steven Seagal.
God almighty.
Your childhood ruined. Episode number 934.
Yeah. That's gone. You fucked it.
Bobcat is short for Robert Feline. Convince me otherwise.
Doesn't look like a Robert.
Does look like a feline.
It's a feline, but not a Robert.
Another animal I cannot outrun. Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
Nope. Yep.
And you want a realistic picture of Pennsylvania? Here you go. This is the most realistic photo of Pennsylvania in my camera roll.
Pothole.
A pothole big enough to swallow the whole car. Deer running out in the middle of the road. Amish buggies clopping down the road. And don't forget your rudders or sheets.
Your rudders.
That about sums up Pennsylvania for you. Rudders on the east, sheets on the west.
Damn.
Me, don't cook too much. I've already eaten. Grandma says, okay, love, just have a little snack.
Oh, I still haven't got it, like.
That looks real good. Making me hungry.
I definitely have a good at that. Good go at that, like. Right. That's like a man v food plate, isn't it?
Yeah. Don't look at the back of a jersey to find the name of a hero. Look at the chest of a veteran, and you'll definitely know you're watching one.
Definitely.
He died of natural causes. You pushed him off the roof. Gravity is natural, isn't it?
Gravitational forces.
1 minute you're young and fun, and the next you're turning down the stereo in your car so that you can see better.
No, but why do people do that? I've always noticed that. Look, I'm trying to see where I'm going. Turn the radio down. What the fuck?
What's one have to do with the other?
It's weird.
What the fuck? Went to the movies the other day, and my beverage was rated mature 17 plus, intense violence, blood, and gore language. What?
Holy shit. What, you got a Nevin?
What the fuck did they put in my drink?
Damn.
Aww. My son cut his Mario hat off and didn't realize it was actually Ron Jeremy hiding under there.
Similarities.
We got a long way to mow and a short time to get there.
No, oh God. Definitely.
I heard this is where legendary fighters gather.
The
Waffle House.
God.
Making me hungry for breakfast for dinner. Mrs. Hunky Vape, can we have breakfast for dinner? I know your shoes are coming. I asked for a KFC bowl, but breakfast for dinner?
Definitely. Or a brunch, as we call it.
Baby, you okay? You barely even touched your Nachosaurus.
That's cool. That's quite a novel way of serving nachos, isn't it?
Life's too short to hold grudges, even for this lady.
Fuck that. That frightened the shit out of me when I first seen that film. Jesus Christ.
Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this one.
Jason, yes, bring it on. Bring it on.
How to confuse a vegan.
Cauliflower sheet. I love it. I like it. More like piss one off.
Lamb chops? Want some lamb chops?
Yeah. Lamb?
This is Aldi's candy, and it needs to calm the fuck down, okay? Take it, 4 fingers.
I can see where that one's come from, yeah.
How about this one? The nut bus is behind the Wienermobile. They trying to tell me something?
Really?
I'm stuck singing Cotton Chicken Candy Nuggets to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles theme song. Please send help.
Cotton candy. Oh, no.
2 hours at 1,000 degrees ain't the same thing as 10 hours at 200. Prove that one.
Oh, dear. That is cremated.
Tell you what, dude. The wife was in the mood to actually make our own briskets, and she's like, we need to get ourselves a smoker, right? I'm like, okay. I'll try anything once, twice if I like it, right? So we got this charcoal grill. She was convinced she'd buy some wood chips and use the charcoal grill and be able to smoke this brisket. Well, she went to the store, couldn't get a brisket, so she got a pork shoulder. Brought it home, went to light the grill, couldn't get the charcoal lit. She's just trying to light like 5 briquettes and then put wood in there, right? That she soaked in water.
Yeah.
It's like, it won't light. So she took the thing down to her cousin's house. It's got an actual, like, real smoker. It's got wood pellets that automatically feed it, keep it at the right temperature. Took it down there, hung out with a bunch of her uncles, and smoked the thing for like 4 hours, brought the thing home. And she's like, it's kind of like to finish this off in the oven. I'm like, well, just have it tomorrow. We'll have something else for dinner. So the next day, before the day started, she put it in the oven, left for work, had the thing set at like 170 degrees Fahrenheit, let the thing cook. I was in here working on the studio, finishing things up, cleaning stuff out, trying to get OBS to work, which is obviously screwed up. That thing was cooking all day long. From 8 o'clock in the morning, I went down there at 4 o'clock in the evening, and I'm like, she smells done. Like, you can smell that there's something not, like, it's getting overdone, right? Here, what she did was in the bottom of the thing, some of the juices had leaked out, and she put some water in the bottom of the pan. Well, all that water completely evaporated. So the juice that she made, the sauce, it's already starting to caramelize on the bottom of the pan. So I took the meat thermometer, checked it, 177 degrees. Shut the thing off, left the door closed, add some water to the bottom of the pan so it would stop caramelizing it. That was the best pork shoulder I've ever eaten in my entire life. She shredded that thing up, made her own barbecue sauce with apple cider vinegar and a bunch of seasonings. Man, that was gorgeous. She made homemade mac and cheese to go with it and a homemade coleslaw.
Oh, heaven. A little bit of heaven on earth, mate.
Reminded me when we had the brisket down in South Carolina before our cruise. Oh.
Not good. Wow.
It was fantastic.
That's what you want, matey? That is what you want. Damn.
I'm going to go downstairs and make myself a sandwich right now. It's that good. My stomach's like, oh, you remember eating that last night?
I know.
My son was an asshole, so I decided to deep fry his Optimus Prime.
God. Bit harsh.
Gotta teach him. Kind of like somebody taught somebody how to make a hot dog Wellington with a tomato sauce reduction using all natural grape tomatoes garnished with some leaves from the backyard.
Oh.
Kind of looks like parsley.
It still looks nice. I'd still have a go at it.
No. I know what goes into the processed hot dogs here in the States.
No, I'm talking with the tomatoes. I'll leave that.
hey, I think, in this world that we have nowadays where they release all kinds of like footage and behind the scenes stuff and security camera footage, right? Have you heard about this 60 person brawl that broke out on a cruise ship after one person's significant other was found out to be having a threesome with some other shipgoers? The brawl ended up spreading to 5 different floors and didn't stop until the U.S. Coast Guard arrived.
Holy shit. That'd have been awesome.
That could be a pay-per-view event, man. You know how much money they could make on that?
Are you sure? That'd be awesome.
And a little bit of intelligence for your life. When perverted women look like this, perverted men turn into this.
Oh, yes. No.
Is that real picture?
Yeah.
Or is that AI?
That's definitely AI. Without a doubt.
You'll get your doggy time after we do... No. After we do the dad jokes. Go lay down. Go. You already went pee before we started. Don't give me your malarkey. I've come to a point in my life where I need a stronger word than fuck. Got any suggestions?
Motherfucker.
That don't work anymore. I use it too many times.
How about...
Who the fuck is this asshole?
What about that one?
That one works. That one works. What else you got?
Filthy motherfucker. You're one of those depressing old people, aren't you?
Damn straight, Skippy. Can only take so much of this.
Contain facts.
There you go. This is one for the news.
That contain facts.
That's the news and science.
Bye-bye, Brian King. Because you have no problem with children eating this. Because, you know, they're practicing the craft.
Oh, God.
But you gotta prevent them from picking up a vape.
Is Kraft still going as a company? I would have bought out.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Just not owned by
Still
Big Tobacco
going.
anymore.
Wow.
Kraft mac and cheese. Breakfast, lunch,
We
and
used to
dinner
see-
of children everywhere across the United States.
We used to see quite a few Kraft products in the UK, but I mean, lately, not much.
Kind of like you ain't seen much of the T-Rexorcist. Because, you know, dinosaurs make everything better.
Definitely, especially a T-Rex.
Thank you for not thinking I'm weird. I mean, we both know I'm weird, but you accept it, and that makes me happy. And it's nice seeing you
Hell
be
yeah.
happy that I'm happy.
Definitely.
Company with poor management, company with good management, and this is the company where I work.
It's totally fucked. Yeah, that makes sense after the day I had the day.
Uh-oh. I knew this was going to eventually come out. Dark sense of humor can be dementia warning sign.
Me and you are gone then, mate. We've had it. We're doomed.
Fuck it. You only live once. I'm leaving notes on everybody's windshield saying, I'm pregnant. Call me. That's what happens when the Adderall kicks in.
Holy shit.
Bowl of SpaghettiOs.
We call them spaghetti hoops over here. Spaghetti hoops.
Ain't that about some bullshit there? Red mustard?
Eh?
I don't believe it.
Tomato ketchup.
Best smells of the 80s in one picture. Do y'all have scratch and sniff stickers when you're growing up?
Oh, not really, but some of that shit was good. Nah.
That's awesome.
We were primitive. Mate.
Teachers used to hand them out if you were a good little kid. Little brown nosers all got stickers all the time.
The only thing we got handed out was the cane on the slipper.
How many of y'all remember when you used to go CDs every Friday night? And it didn't have to be roller skaters. Could be ice skate.
Yeah. I used to go skating. I was half decent because I used to have and it's still there. They've got a big ice rink at Whitley Bay, which is 30 minutes down the road. And they used to have a Friday night disco, you know, the lights and all that going while you were flying around on the rink. Mint. I used to be one of them horrible buddies that just do the break and spew everybody with ice. I could do that once upon a time. Not anymore.
I knew something was wrong. This whole time we've been running the show, I never had to combine chat up here. No wonder I missed all everybody's chat. I'm like, why is the chat so quiet today?
Ah. Oh, was it normal? Oh, I see what you mean.
Matthew Ryan says, we actually had one blonde friend of ours fall for the whole blinker fluid and go ask for that at O'Reilly's before.
Really? Holy mother.
Victor Cope, hello and welcome. Here's Optimus Prime. I never got into them Transformers.
Nah, it wasn't my thing. Even though they made one of the films in Newcastle, I think it was a few years ago, I can't remember which one it was, but they actually recorded it in Newcastle.
Well, butt plugs are all fun and games till you fart and shoot the cat.
God. Damn.
French people saying they have explosive diarrhea in the sexiest sentence I have ever heard in my entire life. What is with you people dropping this in the Discord? I'm going to have to start censoring some of these jokes. People are going to think we're nothing but a bunch of naughty old bastards.
Yeah.
I don't play basketball, but I do have a Magic Johnson.
I like that t-shirt. Get me one ordered right now.
You'd wear that. You'd wear the shit out of that.
I would like.
Superman needs his ass kicked for this one.
What the fuck? Oops.
Dude can fly. Why does he got to have everybody try and grab him? If this ain't a bell pepper, I'm going to start losing my shit right now.
Oh my God, it's like a gecko, like a lizard.
Yeah, you're worried about that being a gecko, and I'm looking at the pepperoni going, that's overdone. I don't want that one. What happened? How come it didn't crisp up? Zoomers will never be able to comprehend our Bay movies. Used to be Christian Bale, Matthew McConaughey teaming up to hunt dragons in post-apocalyptic Britain.
Fantastic actor, him, Christian Bale. I like him. Brilliant actor. Done some good shit.
When she spreads her legs and she's already wet as fuck.
Proper honey pot.
You know, folks, boys don't really grow up. They just get older and have more expensive toys.
So true. So true.
What the fuck fact number 743. In 2014, a Russian man attempted to rob a hair salon. However, the plot took an unexpected turn when Olga Zajak, the owner of the salon, overpowered him, tied him up. She then force-fed him Viagra and used him as a sex slave for the next 3 days.
Where's the shop?
I knew you'd say that.
Did you know?
One of life's greatest mysteries. How is it a woman can fit an 8-inch vibrator in her 1-inch fanny in the dark, but she's unable to fit a 13-foot car into an 18-foot parking space in broad daylight?
So true, isn't it?
Put some hair around it, dude. Just put some hair around it.
Yeah.
Solution everything. When you're kinky but poor. Who's been a bad sea turtle? Sea turtle?
God.
Come on, people. You can come up with better jokes than this. Christ, crispy treats?
What?
Who broke in the church and stole all the communion wafers?
Ugh. They're vile as well. They've got no flavor. They're horrible.
Being a person is too much effort. Can somebody just keep me as a pet? I don't need any human rights or anything. Just, 3 hots and a cot.
I could go with that. I could go with that.
I'm good with 1 hot and a cot. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did it squirt? Or are you on the cream team?
What the fuck is going on? I'll tell you what, your stream's getting fucking spied on, mate. Right?
Listen,
I
honestly
Google.
think that we're getting spied on.
Honestly, I use Google every fucking day, no problem. But every time I'm running this show on YouTube, Google keeps shutting down. The only fucking time it shuts down is when we're live. So you fucking explain that one.
That don't make no
Keeps
sense,
shutting
dude.
down.
That's like it don't make
Only
any
people
sense
when
why
we're
we're not even able to keep up with 30 frames per second today. I legit had to shut a bunch of stuff down.
So in the last 2 or 3 weeks, Google just shuts down on the YouTube stream.
I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
But I can sit and run Google now, and it'll run all night, and it never shuts down. Work that one out. Weird shit.
Dude, I was running the test yesterday. I tested everything in OBS after the update at 60 frames per second. I even loaded up the other computer and ran Video Ninja to this computer to replicate you being here. And everything was perfect. The average render time was anywhere from 5 to 7 milliseconds. Today, we're at 20 to 50 millisecond render time per frame. Makes no sense.
Man, something's fucking going on. We're getting fucking...
I don't know what it is.
Restricted. We're getting restricted.
I don't care.
By the powers that be.
I don't care.
But who?
A week ago, my mother-in-law began reading The Exorcist, and she said it was the most evil book she'd ever read. So evil, in fact, that she couldn't finish it. Took it over to the beach and threw it in the ocean off of a fishing pier. I went and bought another copy, ran the faucet over it, and left it on the night table drawer by her bed. Am I going to hell?
That's creepy. That would be creepy. That would be so creepy. Like, what the fuck?
It's better than me going into Walmart buying a tube of Surger Lube and putting it on people's door handles. You know, you're bored. You got to find some entertainment in life. At least I ain't going around making TikTok videos of everybody's reaction.
What we used to do when we were kids, it was nasty, right? But we used to get a brown paper bag. You know, you can get them. Used to get them years ago, and we used to put a bit of dog poo in it, right? Put on somebody's doorstep, set the bag on fire, and knock on somebody's door. And when they come out and stamp on it, they were stamping all the shit. Yep. Oh, yes, definitely me.
Kenny's parents go, "Where did we go wrong with our little boy?"
I'm going to build a snowman like that. Like, I'm definitely going to do that.
At least you don't start singing, "Do you want to build a snowman?"
Oh, no.
Boy? I thought getting your tongue stuck to a flagpole was bad, but...
Yeah, no, that's bad.
I ain't got no way to remove your pecker from the fire hydrant.
I'm sorry, that's it. You're just going to wait till thaw out, mate, or you're going to lose it.
You're all wrong! The earth isn't flat or round. It's just fucked.
So fucking true, yeah. Absolutely so true.
Today's kids have Blippy, Reading Rainbow, and Blue's Clues, and read them stories all the time. Meanwhile, when we grew up, that's the guy we had.
Yeah, I remember that. What was that called again? It was something horror.
Oh, I don't know.
Summit Vault. It was the Summit Vault or something where there were horror stories. Brilliant. It was excellent. That I used to love it.
Exercise is a dirty word. It makes me want to wash my mouth out with beer. You want to join me?
I'll drink to that. Definitely drink to that.
Happy Hippie said that was the Crypt Keeper.
The Crypt Keeper, that was it. Thank you, sir. That was it. It was brilliant.
Cockwomble. Word of the day, cockwomble. A male-directed insult. A completely useless person that spouts constant bullshit.
Definitely that one. Cockwomble.
Sorry, you can't have a hot fudge sundae. Our ice cream machine exploded, and you're not authorized to fix it.
That always it happens today, you know, with the milkshake machines. The milkshake machines are always fucked as well.
You know, because there's only one person that's authorized to fix it, and that company's always busy.
Fuck.
It's easier for you to get a doctor's appointment in person than it is to get an ice cream machine fixed at McDonald's.
I bet it is. I bet now.
And after everything I've been through, I am still smiling. Not because I'm strong, but because I'm crazy.
Now that should scare you. Yeah.
I am straight, Skippy.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Tell me, Chuck, what is love? The feeling of recoil and the smell of gunpowder.
All you gun toters out there, you love it.
Your childhood ruined. I was an innocent being. And then my best friend come along and found out, hey, man, we ain't... Whoa, what the heck happened there?
What happened there? You went... There you go. Wait, there you go. Back there.
I didn't even push the buttons or nothing.
There's powers that be.
Well, they don't want to talk about us shitting an anaconda and the feeling of the last inch disconnecting from your soul.
Oh, yes. Definitely been there with that one. Like, I think we all have.
But, sir, what do you see in the mirror of Illicit? Myself, wearing some really nice socks. It's a very dangerous mirror, Harry.
Oh, shit. Oh, dear.
Oh, man. Somebody out there thought that was a funny one.
I like the Minions.
What I'm actually doing compared to what I think I'm doing. Is that what you think about when you reload the stapler? Excuse me, have you seen my
Get the
stapler?
magazine done. Load that magazine.
Last week, I made a brilliant decision to buy my wife a 100,000-volt pocket-sized taser for her safety. Seems reasonable, right? What could go wrong? Let me tell you a tale, folks. I brought the taser home, loaded it with 2 AAA batteries, and was disappointed when pushing the button because it didn't do nothing. A quick read of the instructions told me to press it against a metal surface for a blue arc of electricity. Cool, right? It worked. Apologies to Dana for the burn mark on the microwave. Now, as a reasonable husband, I thought I should test this thing to be sure it's effective before handing it to my wife. My cat Leo watched with wide-eyed curiosity. Briefly crossed my mind as a test subject, but I love him too much for that, so don't worry, Leo. So naturally, I decided to test it on myself. I sat in my recliner, wearing a singlet and shorts, and carefully read the directions. 1 second burst, mild shock and disorientation. 2 second burst, muscle spasms and loss of control. 3 second burst, full-on fish out of water flopping around. I mean, it's only 3 AAA batteries, I thought. How bad could it possibly be?
Famous
last words. I touched the prongs to my thigh and pressed the button, and what followed can only be described as an out-of-body experience.
Yeah, try a taser on yourself. Fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Hell no.
I'm pretty sure that the gates of heaven briefly opened up. Hulk Hogan definitely body slammed me recliner and all. Woke up in the fetal position, drenched in sweat, with my body convulsing like I've been plugged into a power grid. Highlights of my posted shock survey. The recliner was upside down and 8 feet away from me. The cat was clinging to the fireplace mantle, meowing like a banshee. The reading glasses had taken up residence on the TV, and both nipples were, my right thigh and my pride were twitching uncontrollably. Drooling was my new normal, and I might have lost control of other bodily functions. And my testicles, well, they still haven't been located. Reward being offered. Dana, she laughed until tears ran down her face. Absolutely loved the gift and now wields it as a threat in our household. Moral of the story is, do not test a taser on yourself ever for any reason.
I would take that advice quite strongly. Fuck that. Holy shit. I mean, the moral of the story was like 3 AAA batteries. You look at it like an engine. It's only 12 volts, goes into a coil, but what comes with the fucking other end is ridiculous.
This public service announcement is for you, Kenny, okay? Before sending nudes, please ask yourself, is it hot? Does it look good? And are you proud to serve it to a place that never forgets?
Well,
it's not like when we were children, you can get away with all kinds of shit.
Yeah. Not now. Not now.
I gently slid her panties to the side so I could fit the rest of her socks in her drawer.
Fuck off. Get the fuck
You
out.
like it when I tell stories, don't you?
Get
Don't
the
you, bad boy?
You want answers?
If a bra,
I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
If a bra is an over-the-shoulder boulder holder, then what would you call men's underwear? Under the butt nut hut? You know, that kind of reminds me, Mallory Gates dropped a joke in there that wasn't a joke. She actually typed it up in there, and I got me thinking for a little bit. Are you ready, sir? I have a question for you. I need your intelligence on how to properly deal with this situation, okay? Are you ready? I had an appointment at a sperm bank, right? And I needed to cancel. I mean, what am I supposed to do? I can't just give them a call and say, I can't come today. How do I deal with it?
Well, they could have turned around and said you can do a week in hand.
Excuse me, we're going to have to perform a cavity search. But the detector, it didn't even go off. Ma'am, it's just protocol. I don't believe you.
I wonder why.
I don't believe you. Like, I don't believe that they're having a hard time finding TSA agents. You know, men look at boobs for the same reason women look at puppies in cages. We just want to set them free and play with them.
How true.
When she's riding and your pee-pee slips out and misses the re-entry.
Oh. Ouch.
That's some serious shit there. Sorry, as a paramedic, I can't talk about it, HIPAA. You can imagine. There's a bloody mess.
Oh, Jesus. Oh.
When someone says something that's a little too spicy and you're like, hey man, let the hot sauce consume your soul. Tell me more. That's what the dad jokes feel like today, folks. Kind of like when she asks if you pulled out and you say, yeah, I did.
Oh, God. That's fucking gross.
This episode of the Dad Jokes is brought to you by Krusty Kreme. Not a sponsor of the show.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, I knew it was just going to go downhill from here. When you start masturbating to a porno, but the plot is really good and you got to stop and pay attention.
Oh, God. Oh, we are fucking going well downhill, dear.
When you're shy and cute on the outside, but actually a kinky hoe on the inside.
Oh, Jesus. Where are we going with this today, mate? Where are we going?
Listen, I've been emotionally distraught this past week, so I didn't do any research and didn't really do any dad joke hunting or nothing. I'm just like, listen, whatever's on the Discord, Dad, we're going to be fine with that. Whatever, I don't care.
So basically, this.
I downloaded everything you guys posted on there, and that's what we got.
So this is the type of audience we're dealing with, is it? Is this the type of audience we're dealing with?
At least they're real about stuff. Oh my God, can you stay off of her? Pull-out game is weak on that fucker.
Damn.
Matthew Ryan says, I was tased by the police with 2 at the same time. But I was so hammering drunk, I felt nothing. Only locked up and couldn't move.
Oh, spaz attack.
Could be worse.
Hell yeah.
Could be worse. And that right there wraps up the dad jokes.
Damn. I think that was actually a good time because we were getting really low in the barrel there.
I was wondering if there was anything that could possibly even have been worse.
Exactly. How low can you go?
And then I remembered what our friends are like, so.
Well, this is it. But, humor is humor, isn't it?
The fact of the matter is, when you eventually, everybody gets to a point where you're not out there to impress anyone. This is who we are. Take it or leave it. That's simple.
Did you know?
Especially in today's day and age.
Did you know that Donald Trump actually went for a circumcision, but he was refused?
But
because the doctor said this prick is never ending.
And a perfect segue to our pet show. Doggy time!
Doggy cam!
Ready? Maggie, you gotta move.
I should never do it.
I put your bed in the wrong spot.
She never moved.
Oh, I hit the girl on her head. Lucy girl.
Yeah, she'll live.
Go get it. Go get it. I threw it.
Don't think she's that interested at the minute. There you go. Oh. You know that Maggie, honestly, you've literally got to spoon feed Maggie, haven't you? She just sits there, she looks at it. And it's got to be right under her nose before she even thinks about it. Oh, bless. Oh, bless him.
She's about
That's
the
a
laziest
shame.
dog I ever met. You know, she reminds me of Flash. Roscoe P. Coltrane's Flash.
Let's go big Flash. Yeah. You're so right there. You're so right.
That's Maggie.
Oh, bless. Definitely. It's kind of, yeah, it kind of reminds you of that. Yeah, I can see where you come from with that. Like, oh, bless.
Go get him, Flash. Go get him. She won't even lift her head up to look at you.
Nah, it's like, fuck you. Oh, bless. Bless them both. Oh. They're quite content there, chowing away on that, like, aren't they?
Yeah, but even Lucy Girl is just like going through withdrawals. Because she was always like, you know, the lowest on the hierarchy in the house, in the pack, right? So when you go to give her a bone, she would always wait to make sure the jester had his first before she would take one if you tried to offer it to her. She's like, oh, no, I'm not competing against him in the pack.
Yeah, it's like the pecking order, isn't it? Type of thing.
Yeah. So now she's like flip-flopping back and forth between trying to replace him. Like, she'll even sit like he used to sit. He was always, you know, a proud stance like a soldier, and would always like lay next to my chair instead of in their beds. And she flip-flops between being herself and like trying to be his replacement.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing, really. When, like I say, he was head of the hierarchy, wasn't he? He was the head hunter, wasn't he? So
yeah.
Now it's like, okay, what do we do now?
And Maggie's always been, since she joined our family, has always been like, I don't give a fuck about anything that's pack stuff. I'm more like a cat than I am a dog.
She is what she is, yeah. I don't care.
She sits there and licks her bed like a cat licks themselves to clean themselves.
Really? Wow.
And then coughs up a hairball an hour later. Look, if you wouldn't have spent the last hour licking your bed, you wouldn't have a hairball right now, dog.
That's crazy, man. Crazy.
Then she hacks up the hairball and she looks at you like, why don't you feel sorry for me?
Oh, bless. All right, poor Jester. He was a lovely dog. Lovely dog.
Neil Pitts is like, my niece's beagle is like that till outside and sees a squirrel and then uses all of his saved up energy all at once.
That's normally the case in this.
That's Lucy, man. She hears a noise outside. She'll be across the street long before she even thinks of going, I'm going to get yelled at for crossing the street.
Well, mine's kind of like hypo lately with friggin' spring in the air. He's doing a lot of barking lately, and, you know, look at me, strutting stuff, like, you know what I mean? He's like, oh, well, look at me. I'm like, you pipe down, mate, because A, you've got no testicles because they were removed, and B, you're wasting your time. You know what I mean? He's being neutered, he's being castrated with him being a bull breed. So you're like, why are you getting excited, mate? There's nothing there. Just calm down. You know what I mean? Just pipe down. He's proper hypo lately, like the spring coming here. I thought, you can only wish, mate.
Hey, bastard's back. Zapping Kitty right off the bat.
You can tell he's back.
At least the special effects are working.
Yeah, it's all going well. It's all going good, mate.
The chrome volume thing worked out good. Let me try and we'll do it some other time.
Well, let's have some
maximum vape, please.
Yes, we'll have some of that.
Maximum vape. That means it's time for a retro vape. A long time ago in a galaxy not so far away, move my black coffee out of the way, Vaporesso released the Gen mod with the gene chip. Power isn't just for the pros. And this lovely kit also included the SKRR-S kit tank. Do not know what that means. I do remember we bought like 3 of these things back in the day, and the wife was using hers on a regular basis, but I never got around to opening mine, so today we get to revisit it as a retro vape. We got a helicopter flying overhead. Come on. Opens the other way. Back when the plastic wrap actually had some strength to it. Pitt's like, those are very good mods. It's a big-ass box, I'll tell you that much. My wife has a pink one. Axon chip. It's not the gene chip, that's an Axon chip. Nice.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. When you gotta go. Oh, is that the genie? Oh my, I got one of them. I got one of them, boy. They were a damn good mod in the day, mate. Mine's purple. I think mine's purple-ish.
My wife's is a pink one.
Awesome. Because it had that when you held them, it was like lush. Was it like a rubbery coat? It was like a rubbery. I can't remember. When you held them, they were lush.
It's got that rubberish feel to it, despite it being plastic.
Yeah, that's where it was. It had a weed coat and it was mint. I need pictures of the genie chip was in the Voopoos. That's right. But that had the AXA chip in, didn't it? Really good.
Yeah.
They were really good mod in that day. They were cracking mod in that day. Don't know exactly what they said on the tin.
Pulse mode?
Quite nice look. They were quite nice and sleek.
Smart temperature control?
Yeah.
DIY mode? System set? Puff counter, brightness, smart variable voltage or variable wattage, flip screen, auto ECD, default, version, exit.
They were all right in the day of them. I remember that, the pulse mode. It didn't fire, it pulsed. A bit like what were they called again? Bit like a PWM. Not like the PWM mods. It had like a little pulse mode. It wasn't really noticeable. Instead of like a constant fire, it just pulsed really fast.
0.2 ohms, 50 to 80 watts.
See, I just bought the mod. I never got the kit, so I wouldn't have a clue about the tank.
I definitely love the stainless steel. Twist on cap. Big, massive rubber seal there. Big opening there. And it's going to be an excuse for me to open up my sweet apple sugar baby.
You liking that Frusion juice, mate?
I do.
You like that Frusion?
Man. They sent me 6 of them to try, and I've gone through all of them. I've ordered this twice now.
You'll have to send me one over to try, mate, in the Christmas box.
Yeah.
It looks really nice.
I'll do that.
I don't know if you can get them UK. It'll probably be a USA brand, but definitely look all right. So that's Vandy. Yeah, I never ever tried I never ever got the tank, so I've never tried the tank. I just bought the mod when I bought it. I didn't buy the kit. Maybe okay, maybe all right, maybe a half decent tank for today.
My wife enjoyed it. She used it for a good 8 months or so.
Ah,
and
right.
then ended up switching to the rebuildable ones because she ran out of coils.
Ah. See, that was my gripe with some with the some coil tanks. After a couple of years, you could never get the bloody coils because they just made them obsolete, didn't they? So your tank ended up as redundant unless you got an RBA deck for it. I'm sure I've got a couple of excuse me, old sub-ohm tanks upstairs that you can't get the coils for anymore.
New load.
Scans it. Look at that. Scans the resistance.
0.2 ohms.
You don't want it 5 watts. You don't want it 5 watts. Because I think one of the modes it had a recommended wattage or something for your coil. If I remember correct, I can't remember now. I'll break her in gently, mate. But Jesus, when did they come out? That's when box mods were box mods, isn't it? You remember them box mods?
Yep. Spare glass is straight glass. Spare O-rings. Spare coil. Holy cow. Overhead camera, please. .15 ohms. 50 to 80 watts. Best 65 to 75. Oh, look at that mesh. And look. They have a center diffuser in here.
That's right,
to force more of the airflow to go past the mesh. Oh, I'm looking forward to giving this a try.
It was good shit, it's dear.
Look at that. Quality cables.
Braided cable. Hey bastards, asking that coil say 50 to 80 watts.
Look at that. How did they get all these things in there?
The little wallet.
Laser anti-counterfeit label instructions, how to check and verify authenticity.
Yep.
And a proper user manual.
The SKRR, that was it, the SKRR tank. That's it, the SKRR. It was the SKR, it was the SKRR. I think I did have that actually, the SKRR. I could have sworn I did. I think it actually came on this as a kit. This was the Vaporesso. What was this called again? I can't remember the name of this now. What was this called? This was the touchscreen. I don't know what it was, but then that touchscreen there, you got the SKRR. The SKRR tank came with that. What the fuck's the mod called again? The Vaporesso V? Can't remember now. Yeah, power isn't just.
Brian Ferguson, hello and welcome.
What the fuck was this called again?
Man, that airflow's loud. 1,
Can you
2, 3.
Have you ever seen a case, right, in modern day, right, a battery cover in modern day mods? I'll show you that. Battery safety in the cover.
No.
Holy shit, man. Whatever happened? That's what this mod is. What the fucking hell was it called again?
No, I don't recall that at all.
But the SKRR came with that mod, and I can't remember. I love the money, the name of it. It's Vaporesso, but what the fuck was it called? It was a touchscreen. It was a touchscreen. What the fuck was it called again?
I had one that was like that, but the battery died. It sat in the box, and I opened it up the one day as a retro vape, and the battery was completely dead. I completely tried to disassemble it, broke some of the plastic pieces in there to get to the battery, and it just ended up being one that I was like, okay, that's going to be a display piece.
Oh, this one takes batteries. It's got the old Vaporesso Omniboard 4 in it. Can I look for money? Fucking remember the name of this mod? Really pissing me off that now. I wonder if a name comes up and I power it up. I wonder if a name comes up when I power this fucker up. What the fuck was this called again? So yeah, negative there.
The Revenger Kit. Revenger Go. Gorgeous looking mod, but it had an internal lipo, and there's no easy way to tear it apart.
Oh, it was the Vaporesso.
News just in. According to Neil Pitts,
That's what it
Kenny
was.
is at the target. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
That's what it was.
Yeah, this one had the touchscreen buttons on it. They're not actual physical buttons. They were hepatic feedback.
Yeah, the Vaporesso looks, that's it there. That was the screen. And that had the SKRR tank when it came.
Got a spare glass. That's it. That's all that's left of it. Yeah, non-replaceable battery. That's the only thing that sucked about it.
I think this version was the one with the pricks. It's exactly the same. Like I said, it's a touch screen and you just touch it and you get the haptic feedback when you touch the screen. There's all like buttons for the up and down. It's a damn good mod though. Nice looking piece of kit. Well, I'm sure that came with the SKRR tank. The SKRR it was very, I think it was a bit airy as well, if I remember correct.
I don't mind the airy tanks at all. Like, look at the TFV-18 from Smock. That was an airy bastard. The coils that they have inside there are bigger than some of the tanks that I had.
I've got that mod, but nowadays I can't find any coils for it. I love the money. The TFV-18, you can breathe through that, man. Never even bringing vape through it. It was like a bloody aqua lung.
Not a whole lot of
It was
sweetness to it.
Did that tank have that bamboo-y fucking type fucking wicks in it? I can't remember
The
now.
bamboo wicking. I remember that was a big thing that they were talking about all the time. It wasn't Freemax. Yeah, Freemax had those too.
Freemax.
The bamboo wicking.
Wasn't it? Did Horizon
And then
Tech
what was
do
the
it
other
as well?
one? There was another one. Was it the Fire Luke?
Fire
was
Luke?
the other brand?
Was Horizon Tech not one? Did
Horizon Tech.
Did Horizon
Yeah, they
Tech?
had some.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it was the
I don't know what it
Horizon
is with
Tech.
my
Falcon,
allergies
wasn't it?
today. And I even
think
took a
it was the
Zyrtec before the show.
The Horizon Tech Falcon and the Falcon King, wasn't it?
The
I think I've still got
Falcon.
them somewhere. Yeah. I'm sure I've got one of them kicking about somewhere still. Holy
Let's
shit,
try and dig
man.
that up for next week. See if we can find our old Falcon tanks.
And the Falcon King, and I think I've still got coils. Remember that big bag of coils that I had? I think I've still got coils for the Falcon in there.
I think I've got some Falcon coils as well.
Yes, because they went in that tank I sent you for your Christmas box. The Falcon coils fitted. Can't remember the name of the tank. Was it the?
Oh yeah, that's right.
The Raptor. The Falcon coils fit in the Raptor. That was it. Yes.
Did the Falcon take the Baby Beast coils? I don't think so.
I'm not sure.
I don't think those ones were compatible with each other. But the Baby Beast did go in dozens of tanks.
Yeah.
Dozen off-brand names.
The Falcon. But I've got the Falcon. I'm sure I've got the Falcon King.
And it was funny too because some of these other off-brands even use the same like Fat Baby name.
Yeah. I used to love
My Freedom Smokes. I bought some stuff from them before, and that was cross-compatible with the Baby Beast.
You never see that now, do you? These days, cross-compatible coils that would just fit a number of tanks. You never see it now, do you? It was great back in the day, man. Honestly, the good old days, man. The bloody good old days, mate. Good old days when we were free, no regulations, everything. We could free vape. There was vape shops all over the countries everywhere. It was brilliant. I think that one's probably going to take a tank. It's one of them ones where it's going to take a tank or so, maybe to pull it through.
It is, and I do think that that is using the bamboo wicking.
I don't think it was
so long since I've had that flavor in my mouth.
To recall, I don't think it was brilliant for flavor. I think it was about an average tank. I can't remember it being nothing outstanding about it.
No, but the flavors are clean.
Yeah.
The Sigelli coils tasted like machine oil when you first had to break a tank through them. Then they came out with this bamboo wicking, and it had a distinct flavor to it. But after that tank broke in, the flavor was way better than some of the other stuff that was out there.
Yeah, it's like Matthews just said that bamboo and wood pulp, wasn't it? Bamboo and wood pulp. That was right. That's correct.
And they would last longer with that wicking than they did with cotton.
Definitely.
But you had to break in the coils. So, I mean, if you were to subtract that first tank or two that it took to break in the coil, did it really last longer, or did it just seem like it lasted longer?
I think it was just, it felt like it did. More than it did. It never really took off, did it? Though it's kind of like it was an alternative to cotton, but it never really took off as such, did it?
It was like a lot of other things in the vape industry. They did all kinds of gimmicks to like try and one up their competition, and some of the things that they did really didn't make that much of an improvement. The customers perceived it was an improvement. But all in all, when you took the cons away from it, it was no different than the other stuff that was out there.
I mean, don't get us wrong, it did work. The bamboo, the work, but like I said, the break-in time was a bit arduous.
Well, that's kind of like the TFV8 coil. It used to leak like a sieve, but it was the best flavor and became very popular, and all the vape shops had the coils. If they didn't have that one, then they had the Geek Vape equivalent of it, which was cross-compatible with it. So you could guarantee that if you walked into a vape shop, you could get the coils for your tank. But I mean, even that only lasted a year or two, maybe.
I think in them days, Smok were going for cloud chuggers. They weren't going for flavor. All the coils were cloud chuggers. Every tank was a cloud chugger.
And they were the ones that ended up getting ridiculous with the coil count. The one had like 8 coils in it. It's like, what?
What the fuck? But the clouds were fucking phenomenal. Yeah, the clouds were mint, but the flavor was naff.
You could fill up a room with clouds.
Easy.
But the flavor was shit.
Yeah, especially like you said, that 19 version with that coil that's the size of a dripper. Fucking hell.
The TFV18, yeah.
That was ridiculous.
And then what they did was they had the TFV8 coil, and they just retired the name TFV8, and released a mesh version in a TFV9. It was the exact same specifications, except the wicking was twice as thick as the TFV8 coils.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Higher heat
Brian
resistance.
Said the heat resistant properties. Yes, I get that.
Oh,
Yes,
that makes total sense.
High voltage.
And that's the reason why they
yeah.
lasted longer. But they had a break-in period where you got that bamboo flavor. And it's a clean
But it
flavor,
makes
don't get me
sense.
wrong.
But it makes sense because that was around the time the wattage wars were out. You know, to get the coils with a high wattage. And Smok were always doing that. Always. Their coils were like 80 to 100 watts. Then they went 100 to 120
Well, some of them
watts.
coils
You
were
know,
like up to 120 watts. Rated for 120 watts before you would burn your
bumped
coils.
them right up, didn't it? That's right, yeah. So it was. I think it was the wattage race was then. That was right, being the wattage race.
I really just like how this sits on the desk. And despite it having all these rounded corners in it, when you set this down, she stands proud.
Solid. It's solid as a rock, wasn't it?
Solid.
The gen tank.
How many times did we get, buy a Smok tank and stuff, and it's just like, look, it's so blocky and everything, but as soon as you set it down, it wanted to fall over. It was top heavy.
Exactly.
Vaporesso tanks were always balanced.
It was the Gen 200, wasn't it? That's what it was, the Gen 200. Let's have a look when this was out. That's Vaporesso.
Despite this coil not giving me any sweetness to it, the flavor on this is so refreshing. It's such a change from the DIY stuff I've been making myself.
Did you know you can still buy that mod today? It's on Amazon, varying from 29 to 32 quid. You can still buy that mod today. You can buy it today on Amazon.
That's a bargain. When I bought these things, they were near $100.
It's the Vaporesso Gen 200, and you can get it from 29 to 32 quid. I mean, the colours. I think the colours is adding the price. But the cheapest one's
I'll tell you what, though,
£29 and 49 pence.
It definitely conveys the nicotine. I've only had a couple drags on this thing, but holy cow, is that plowing through the juice?
Well, that kit you've got now, the exact same colour, exact same tank, you can buy for 35 quid on Amazon right now. Right now. 35 quid.
How about the coils for it?
Good question.
Maybe that's why it's only 35 quid.
Yes. Okay. Yes, hang on. Yes, you can get the coils. You can get
5-pack
the
or
genuine
3-pack?
GPI coils. 1, 2, 3, 4. A 5-pack of coils for $9.99.
Oh, bargain. Bargain, dude.
There you go. They cover the iTank, the iTank 2, the Target 100, the Gen 200, the Gen 80S, the iTank 2. So they cover loads of coils, and they are 0.4 ohm mesh coils for a tenner. There you go.
Brian's like, it's
Still
going to take
get
at
it
least
today.
2 tanks to break in.
That's what they're like in them days. That was the technology, though, wasn't it? You know what I mean?
The only one that tipped over regularly was the Taro Pro. You have the pink one of this, Mrs. Hunky. You rocked that for a long time, if I remember correct. And you loved the Falcon tank.
The Falcon. Yeah. Definitely have to dig that one out, mate. Definitely have to dig that out. The Falcon. I'm sure I've got the Falcon King. I've got the Falcon. I think I've got both of them. Falcon, the Falcon King.
I'm sure I have the Falcon up there.
Because they were the competitor with what you said before. It wasn't what you just said, the brand that's
Geek
gone over my
Vape.
fucking head. No, the tanks. Oh, you fucking numbnut. You literally said it. Can I rewind the video
With
and see what you
Falcon.
said? It came out to say it was in competition with another tank that you said, and I can't think of the name of it. gone. What a tit. You've just said it.
TFE8, TFE18, TFE9.
No. It wasn't the Smok one. It was the one before.
Fire
Smok.
Luke.
Oh, not the Fire Luke, the other one. Freemax. They were out about the same time. They were the competitors when the Falcon was around.
Freemax reached out to me and I sent them a reply back and I says, oh, it's been a while. I haven't heard from you guys in a hot minute. They're like, oh, we're going to send you some. Because I told them, I says, do not just send me one. Because if I do a review, especially on a stock tank, I want two. So that if there's a problem with one, I can just continue recording it. And I'm not going to hide the fact if there was a problem or not, but I don't want, to do a recording and then like a month later passes by and you reach out to me and go, well, why didn't you review it? I'm like, because your coil leaked all over the fucking place. Do you want me to do an honest review where I tell everybody that your coils leak all over the place?
I can't remember the name of the tank, but Freemax. Remember that one that had a glass that looked like a goldfish bowl? Remember, it was a big round, it was like a bowl. It was a goldfish
Oh, yeah,
bowl.
I got that one.
What was it called again? That was an awesome bit of kit, that. It lasted forever. What the fuck was it called again?
I don't know, it had a slider top on it to refill it.
That's right, yeah.
There was no latch on it. It would just randomly open.
Yeah, but it was like a goldfish bowl, wasn't it? The glass. It was huge.
It was the roundest, globiest bowl I've ever seen on a tank.
It was brilliant. Its capacity was mint. The Fire Luke, yeah, I remember the Fire Luke, Brian. Yeah, the Fire Luke. I think I had one of them as well somewhere. Yeah, that was a fucking mint tank, that. God almighty, the stuff you've still got lying about, man. Jesus.
Problem is, I've got boxes of stuff lying around. Nothing I bought has ended up back in the box.
I had a bit of a clear out about a year and a half ago, and I did bin a lot of them. Because, they were mainly like the sub-ohms where you just couldn't get the coils for them anymore.
You can't get the coils for them, and what's the point? Unless you have shelves to, store them and display them, I mean, what's the point in holding on to it?
Nah. The only one I've ever kept, which I'll never get rid of, was the original. Fucking hell, the name's
Dragon Ball tank, Neil Pitt says.
They used to call it the Dragon Ball. It was the original Steam Crave Aroma Mars. I've still got that brand new boxed, the very first one. That's going nowhere, that fucker.
Yeah, my Steam Crave stuff is sticking around.
That's going to be my kind of theme for these two. Collectibles, future collectibles. What do people collect? What do they want to keep as a classic?
That's what I put in my review for that J edition.
Yeah.
It's going to become a highly, and looking at your polished finish one, I definitely feel confident in that prediction. Vape connoisseurs around the globe are eventually going to get to the point where they're going to be like, listen, there's a couple diehards I need to make sure is in my collection. And that's one of them. If for whatever reason the whole thing turns to shit, I will always have those as a rebuildable dripper I can always turn to. That and the Mechmon, you're set for life. It's gorgeous.
Shiny as hell. Beautiful, isn't it? Gorgeous. Absolutely love it. I've always had a thing about stainless steel, but I think that's just because of the engineering past, you know what I mean? I worked with it, so I know the material.
I've had so many black tanks and drippers before, but never one as shiny as this one.
I like stainless steel. Everything I used to buy was stainless steel. But I worked with it, so I know exactly what it's about. You know what I mean?
And it will never go bad because it's stainless steel.
Exactly. Inconel. Imagine a tank being made of Inconel. Whoo! That'd be worth a few quid. We used to machine lots and lots of Inconel because we used to do. We obviously used to do a lot of stuff for the gas and oil industry, and Inconel will not rust in seawater.
Really?
They use it, you know, like your plugs, you know, like a transformer. You've got to transform your plugs. They use them as underwater plugs, undersea.
Oh, cool!
To connect power, and And we visited that factory. I'll tell you this was amazing. We used to make all the plugs for them, right? Like electrical connector. And we'll visit the factory, right? And they had a factory near kids. It was huge, right? And in this factory, it had a sample of every sea water on the planet. Every sea. They had a tank full of it. I'm kid you not. And in the sea, this is where they tested their products in every sea. North Sea, Pacific, Atlantic, you name it. That sea, it was in a tank and this fucking big fuck off unit. And it was like, whoa, you know what I mean? And that's where they tested everything. It was unbelievable. And that does not rust in sea water. Lasts for years.
I've got a Goon, but I don't have a Goon LP.
I'm never ever getting a Goon. I thought they were overpriced for what they were.
There's chatter about Billet Box shutting down. Oh, that would be a travesty.
Oh, no.
I'm just starting to get into these things.
The thing is, though, look what happened to Kennedy. You know what I mean? Fantastic ideas, and they, through the PMTA, wiped them out. Fantastic brand.
Yeah, now they're making tactical flashlights.
Mm-hmm.
Just not the same, dude.
I mean, I remember when Bogan, he did a video when he visited the factory. They had a fucking fantastic production line for all the mods, all the ideas, all that have gone. I bet they've still got all the programs for them though. I guarantee they'll have kept them for the CNC machines. Guarantee.
Makes me want to buy a mini mill to make my own.
Yeah.
That's going to be the next step. I think that's going to be the next step.
Just get a bench lathe. Bench lathe. You can make tubes all day long. Piece of piss. Tube mods.
Yeah.
You'd need the mill. You'd need a milling machine, obviously, to do the decks. But the general bodies, you can. But you can
But
buy.
I could go to Harbor
attachment.
Freight, and for like $500-700 max, I could buy a lathe, and for about the same amount, you can buy yourself a mini milling machine. I'm not using it to make a production line of Hunky Vapes for the world.
No,
I'm just making prototypes for myself.
You wouldn't have to buy a milling machine. You can actually get an addition. You can put a milling head attachment on a lathe. It'll return, and so you can do the same thing. Like it's like all these 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 axis machines. They're all integrated. You can do it on a manual as well. Easy. I've seen them. Bench lathe with a milling head on. Probably about $2,000 over here for some if you want to machine metal.
Neil Pitt says that the Kennedy flashlight is actually a mech mod with a 510 light that screws on.
Yes,
so they're still mech mods, but they're sold as flashlights.
But they're screwing the actual light on the end. Yeah.
Listen, I sent you the 510 soldering irons.
Definitely, yeah.
You can take those soldering iron tips. They're available and they're for sale on Amazon. You get a 3-pack of them for like $18. And you can take it and screw it onto your mod. It's a regular 510 connection, and it's a functioning soldering iron. And then you can ship it as a soldering iron, not a vape product.
Yeah, definitely.
So if you know any blokes down in Australia that need a restock, that's how you can get it through customs.
It's like you see it. A backup for everybody as a vapor is get a mech mod. A basic mech mod, whether it's box mod. I mean, like I said, mine is that guy. It's the who's this guy? It was the Mech Pro by who made this one again? Geek Vape. There you are. Geek Vape Mech Pro. Simple box mod. Nothing super powerful. 2 batteries, 18650, straight into a mech. Job done. Last year forever.
It'll never go bad.
Ever and ever.
That's the best part about it.
Never ever. Last year forever. Suddenly banned all these new mods. You've still got one sitting there. Champion.
Yep. And then all you need to do is build your flavor stash. And once you have a flavor stash, you can make your own e-liquids and you never have to rely on anybody ever again the rest of your life. Job done.
Job's a good one. Job's a good one. So it's not the end all of
right.
end all, no matter what the restrictions are. Crack on. What are we doing today, mate?
Random recipe. Hot diggity dog diggity. Once again,
Actually,
the
sir,
new graphics card is having a shit time trying to keep up.
I've got a question for you, sir. That was actually, it was a question I got recently on a very old review. It was an e-liquid review I'd done. And a guy sent a question that just came up recently. And he said, what VGPG would you recommend for a mouth to lung? Because he was stating that sometimes he uses 70-30, but a mouth to lung didn't get hot enough for that juice.
Well, you can always go with a 50-50.
A 50-50, yeah. That's what I was. Wait, the pod. It's a pod as well, isn't it? A 50-50. Or even a 60-40. You might get away with 60-40, wouldn't you? Possibly.
Yeah.
I kind of give him them kind of answers. Try a 50-50 thinner juice, because he's kind of right when he says some of the normal 70-30 juices, especially like custards, need a bit of heat to bring the flavour out, which your average mouth to lung, what, 20 watts? It's never going to work, is it?
No.
So I kind of answered the question, but it just popped up last week. I thought, Jesus, that's an old review. Who's looking at them?
And the thing is, a lot of these commercial juices nowadays do not even have the formulation, whether it be 50-50, 70-30,
yeah,
80-20, max
whatever,
VG.
Yeah.
They don't even tell you anymore.
Nah, very rarely now. Very rare. They just whack them out. But imagine
another one that I remember used to seeing commonly was like a 63 or 67%.
Ah, right.
There weren't all 70-30s, there weren't even numbers.
Yeah. I just think
because the higher PG is going to drive your flavoring.
It was just like you said, I don't know if it's like with more modern juices now or the older commercial juices, but some do need a lot of heat for you to get your flavour out of them. Unless you mix it in a different proportion, obviously.
Well, here's one that's formulated for a pod, and it's a 40-60.
40-60, yeah.
17% flavoring, much a higher, percentage of flavoring.
So he's got what, 60 PG, 23 PG, obviously with the flavourings that take that up.
Yeah.
Neil Pitts has just said he uses 70-30 and the MTL, but he just thins his wicks. Yeah, makes sense.
Watermelon orangeade.
Orangeade? Really?
Juicy orange is something that's always taken me at least a month before the orange actually presents as an orange and not some chemically artificial orange.
It is. I would say that is an awkward flavour to replicate, even though you can get orange everything. But I think in e-liquids, it's very, very hard to replicate.
The best orange flavor in the world is from Vape Train Australia.
Vape
and
Train,
it replicates the orange tang we grew up as children drinking.
Yeah, natural fruit juice. Yeah, I got you.
It was definitely an artificial orange, but it was a very pungent and recognizable orange. It didn't try to be a true orange juice.
Yeah.
It was an artificial orange, and it was an artificial orange we all were familiar with as children.
Got you.
They used to advertise it on TV as your way to get your vitamin C for the day. Because it was essentially just citric acid. That's it.
Yeah.
That was their orange flavor, citric acid, which is essentially the essence of vitamin C.
Yeah. Which again, them types of fruits are citric fruits, aren't they? So they've all got natural citric acid in them.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of these DIY recipes, when they're not punchy enough, all you got to do is add a little malic acid to it or punch up the flavoring that has the malic acid in it. And then you can end up with something that can be too overpowering and be throaty, and it's because of that malic acid.
Did you use that in your Hunky Vape punch? Any kind of acidic stuff? You did?
Nope, didn't need it.
Didn't you? No, you didn't. You didn't need it.
I had enough flavor combinations and stuff in there that it was a juicy, wet mouth feel, and it wasn't throaty. It was just pure heaven. But we can't get flavor stuff anymore here.
Just shame that, like, crying shame. He nailed everything. That, like I said, that bloody maca apple pie. Jesus Christ, that was out of this world. It actually tasted like it. Really did. Really good. It was.
And the hardest part of a McDonald's apple pie is the crust. To get that fried crust flavoring.
He nailed it. Honestly, it was.
And the mouthfeel.
Oh, well, you were salivating, man. You were dribbling. You were fucking. That's good.
Coconut custard. 5-star rated coconut custard. I'm sold. I want to give that a try.
5 stars. That sounds right.
No sweetener.
Coconut extra, Madagascar vanilla. That Madagascar's quite nice. I've heard good stories about Madagascar vanilla because it's more of a creamy vanilla, not like a vanilla pod. Podion acid recipe.
Oh, TPA's coconut extra. Holy cows, that smells beautiful. Smells like a bowl of candied coconut.
Really? Like desiccated, like sweet coconut.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Madagascar
vanilla.
That is a creamy vanilla because I've had Madagascar custard before, and my God, it was heaven. If it's anything like the Madagascar custard, it's out of this world.
Wow. This Madagascar vanilla
creamy.
Classic.
It
smells like you opened up a vanilla Haagen-Dazs.
Mm-hmm. It's a very
and like
creamy
the ice
vanilla.
cream melted in a spoon, and you're sitting there smelling that.
The
got a
vanilla
creamy
nuts
characteristic
like
to it.
Yeah, because it's not like your pod vanilla where you've got that bit in it. It's just creamy. It might work. That like it might really work. Capella vanilla custard.
A true vanilla custard, but this is going to add a steep time to it.
Oh, with being custard, it's guaranteed, isn't it? It's got it in the name. Steep.
It almost smells like a cupcake.
News just in. According to Neil Pitts, I feel it in my bones I am rectangular. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
You also put.
All right.
Can you mix the pony on acid? Can you mix the pony on acid recipe? What the fuck's the pony on acid recipe? What? It's an actual recipe, or is it just winding more up here? Is it a thing?
There's pony on acid right there.
What on earth is that?
It's a
like
blend of
sundae.
magical berries laced with a euphoric strawberry glaze.
Oh.
If you love
mixed
the taste
berry.
of fresh and juicy fruit, you will love this 5 Max flavor. Pony on Acid e-liquid combines the euphoric flavor of mixed fruit flavors, including raspberries, strawberries, pineapple, and more, all topped off with a strawberry glaze that can transport you to a tropical place. This magical berry blend is our top-selling flavor at, is that S Max? Yeah. I thought that was 5 Max. S Max. Available in 036 Nick options. 2 sizes.
Wow. Berries. Berries.
We'll have to try and replicate that one day.
Definitely.
I'll get started on that
Looks
this
nice
week
to eat.
or this weekend and try and mix
It looks
that up.
nice to eat.
The hardest part of this is going to be to get the strawberries to represent as a fruit and a glaze.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the times
I'll
when you
definitely
mix the
eat it.
different strawberry flavorings, they just give you a broader palette for the strawberry. And I've never had one where you could taste a fresh strawberry and a candied strawberry.
It looks nice, though. I'll definitely eat it.
Yeah.
Damn. Holy moly. Says the recipe on the ELR for it, like.
Well, we'll check her out. All right, let's mix up a little bit, a little jar of this. Let's do a little 15 mil
Wait.
bottle.
15 miller. 15 millimeters of coconut heaven. Oh, yes. I mean, I know you can have a lot of things with custard, but coconut's the new one on me.
I love coconut custard pie.
Oh,
Coconut cream pie.
That
And you
sounds
take
nice.
that to the next level as a custard.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is going to need some sweetness, though.
Mm. Just 70-30. Looks bloody delicious.
Yep,
God, I'm
70-30.
so hungry now.
4.75% flavoring.
You make me so goddamn hungry now. I've done loads of food tonight. Mm.
That we have.
God damn, we've done lots of food. What the earth is going on with that? Oh, there you go. Let's just refresh that. There we go. Live chat. Boom, Bob's a good. Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, so we got more like a 7 milligram, not a 6. But that's all right.
I'll tell you what I downloaded the other day. I haven't looked at it yet, but I downloaded it. That streamer bot starter pack that Nutty done. Got all the little booty doody does it, but I think it's a lot of stuff in there I would never use. ELR. Let's have a look.
God, is that coconut potent? I can smell it from here.
What's it called? Polyol acid. POLYONACID. Let's have a look. Search. There's a few out there. I'm just having a quick look on ELR, and there's quite a few recipes out there for this Polyol acid. The one Neil recommends is by the Vaping Severe. Let's have a look. Just I think there's no reason for complicated mass produced supplement. Let's say that get this is how I continue about this recipe. Let's see just do that.
Interesting.
That's interesting.
As punchy as that coconut was, it's not really prominent in the final mix. The blending of vanilla and coconut in that dappy custard.
Joey 666. Holy moly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. The version by Joey 669 Polyol acid has got 14 fucking flavors in it. Jesus.
What?
14 flavors. Wow. Blue raspberry, bumbleberry, cream cheese, harvest berry, lemon Sicily, marshmallow, passion fruit and mango, raspberry sweet, shisha strawberry, sour, strawberries and cream, super sweet, vanilla whipped cream, and yumberry. Fucking hell. That's a lot.
But the lemon and the sour, that's what essentially that sour is malic acid.
Yeah.
It's going to add a brightness characteristic to it. The cream cheese icing.
There's some
That's going to be a very rich
1,
cream.
2,
It's not necessarily going to be like SSA's whipped cream, where it's a truly airy whipped cream.
There's a lot of variants. I mean, there's one there that's got 8 ingredients, and so I suppose it's kind of down to taste, I suppose, at the end of the day. Well, 14, Jesus. That's a lot. There you go, sir. That was a simple, easy, quick recipe. I say easy. You just make it look easy. Well, the dib.
The vanilla custard's very strong in this.
Is it sweet enough, though, would you say?
No. No, it definitely needs a little bit of sweetener added to it.
Is it
the
like
custard is the paramount flavor and the mouthfeel. The aromatic compounds are releasing as a coconut and a vanilla combination. But there's no sweetness to this at all the way it sits. Maybe after a 2-week steep, this will taste like a coconut custard.
Yeah.
Is there enough coconut in it? Is this something that somebody developed, or is this something that somebody just whipped up as a trial and it needs some work?
Could do. But the steep time's gonna obviously. What was that one? S max 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah.
Can that compete with the strength of the coffee, just black coffee? Yeah. Compared to black coffee, this does have sweetness in it. Just using the sweetness from your VG, that's definitely not going to be conveyed into a vape.
Ah, very nice, Neil. I've just checked that link out. That looks interesting one. Still developing it, like, obviously.
So the custard is going to be strong enough. The coconut seems to be able to compete with it. And because the custard already has vanilla in it, the Madagascar vanilla is going to be enough. I kind of wish there was more of this Madagascar vanilla in there, but then again, that might surpass the coconut.
Yeah.
Initial impression from the knuckle test is this will be a coconut custard. But I don't think it's going to be sweet enough.
Maybe I'll dab a super sweet. The super sweet might
super
help
sweet,
it blend a bit more. Might help it blend a bit more. But like you say, custard, it's a steep. That's the only downside with custards is a bloody steep time.
Yep, always.
It's a pain in the butt. Yeah, leave it for a week. Remember to make your label.
News just in. According to a bastard, will there be any left in 2 weeks? Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
That's hard to say. I mean, if I add myself even 0.5% super sweet into it and let it sit for a full 2 weeks before I try it again, might be a very good one. Might not. I'm not like Wayne. I can't, knuckle test it and know right off the bat that it's on the mark or not. I need to actually test the final product. I'm getting better at getting impressions of what it's going to be like, but there's been so many times that I've been wrong. I try and I knuckle test it and I'm going, oh, this is fantastic. I put it in a vape and it's like, this is shit.
Yeah. Which happens, I suppose, it's Your better half has said, did we figure out dinner this Tuesday? What you figured out for dinner on Tuesday? What's
breakfast
your thoughts?
For dinner.
He wants a breakfast. He wants a brunch, as we call it.
Despite the fact that you're going to get your shoes today, we're not getting KFC bolts today. I'd rather have breakfast for dinner. We just had breakfast?
We just had breakfast.
We did.
But I want more. I want more.
Listen, you want to make KFC bowls? We can have KFC bowls for dinner.
I think I've got lasagna. Homemade lasagna.
Ooh.
With potato wedges and salad and coleslaw. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Happy, happy, happy hippo I am, she said.
April Fools. Episode 413. Print.
Boom. Is that your label, sir? Done. Is that your magical label that's going on there?
Yeah, because I've got two in front of me that are labelless.
Well, sir, if it comes out all right, that could be one you can stick in me little Christmas hamper. You know I'm a fan of custards.
Yes, you are. You like coconut too.
I haven't had a custard for a while, to be honest with you. Which is odd for me. I haven't had one for a while. But I've been broadening my horizons and trying other things. As you do. You've got to, haven't you? There you go, sir. Looks very nice.
Job done. She can sit here now.
Ooh.
Well, there, matey.
Toasted potatoes. French toasted potatoes, mate?
Yes. Deal.
Yeah. Very nice. Le French toast. I've always wanted to know French toast that sit on the plate and go bonjour, monsieur.
It's like I'm wishing that this Vaporesso thing actually conveyed some of the sweetness over. When I put that thing in a dripper, or when I had it in here, oh,
yeah,
it is the perfect juicy balance of apples and raspberries, and oh, what a luscious wet apple juice mouthfeel. Raspberries and strawberries intermingling amongst each other, and you put it in here, and it's just kind of like you bit into a apple that is fresh, like a green apple.
It could be because, you know, it might need breaking it a bit, mate. You know, plus it's solar technology as well. So
bamboo wicking, is that round wire in there? I don't know.
But it did come with a mesh coil, though, didn't it?
Yes. The other one is definitely a mesh coil. This one might be too. I'll have to watch the replay again. I didn't take the tank apart, so I don't know. I didn't actually closely look at the coil.
Might be a mesh, but
I just threw it together, filled it up, and called it a day.
I can remember the tank. I think it wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. Once you got it in, broke it in. Because back in the day, it was like clouds then. It was chucking clouds. That's what it was all about, wasn't it?
I'll tell you what, it's a dramatic difference from my Live Laugh toaster bath.
Yeah, what?
Blue raspberry cotton candy with strawberry and cherry. The cherry cheer and the strawberry that's added to it.
That's right, you Live Laugh, that's the one. I love your label, mind. It's awesome.
Thank Mrs. Hunky Vape for that one. She came across that. She's like, this is going to sound so wrong. I'm like, what? Live Laugh toaster bath. I'm like, perfect. I want a label for my bottle.
It's a catchy name, isn't it?
It's so wrong, though. Is that child appealing to take a bath with a toaster?
Well, obviously not. You know, I wouldn't even advise it for an adult when we're a child.
Exactly. It's morbid. That's why it's funny.
Definitely. Exactly. It just makes it adds that twist of fun to it, doesn't it? That's what you want. You know what I mean?
But that's a delicious cotton candy.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Just don't throw a toaster in your bath.
Would it be wrong to say we wish that Brian King takes one?
Well,
while he's on administrative leave?
You know what I mean?
I'll tell you what, though, I'm definitely feeling this Bailey's.
You can always buy him an electric chair and ask him to plug the fucker in. Oh my lordy do. So that Bailey's is
I love him so much I'll be willing to plug it in for him.
I bet you would.
And if there's not enough amperage, I can borrow a couple generators and hook it up to it.
What was the alcohol percentage in that Bailey's? Was it about, what, 18, 12, 18?
Well, 17, but I put as much of this in my coffee as I have coffee, so I'm feeling good right now.
Because your missus is saying, is that drink good, mister, in caps and exclamation mark? Are you in the doghouse, or is that a good thing? Oh, you're one
She'll
of
be
them,
making
are you?
French toast later on tonight. I'll be touchy-feely, and she'll be smacking me. Reaching for the frying
so you're
pan.
one of them. I know what you are.
Joseph!
You're one of them. You're one of them drunks, aren't you? You're a randy drunk. You're not a one that wants to go into bed. You're a randy drunk. I know what you are. I know your type. Definitely know your type.
I don't need to go to bed.
Exactly
I need a
what
towel
I'm
for the
saying.
sofa, though.
He's a randy drunk, folks. Not like us, we get drunk and we just go on autopilot. Bed.
It's a rarity for me to feel alcohol. I'll tell you that much.
Oh.
I've had so many bad experiences with it that I just control myself. I over-control myself when I drink, and my wife gets upset sometimes. She's like, don't you ever get sloppy drunk? No. Sorry, I missed that part of my life.
Jen, I don't mind getting merry. That's kind of where I like to get. But I don't like to go beyond that because I just can't do fucking hangovers anymore. Honestly, I just can't do
Did you
them.
see what she said? She's like, Kenny, don't worry. He'll be sober up before I get home. If he's feeling it now, there ain't no way he's going to feel it in 3 hours.
Work it off.
He'll be sick of it by the time I even leave work.
Oh, God. Again, nice drink, nice meal. What can you ask for? Happy days, man.
Yeah.
Like I say, hangovers are a no for me now. It takes about a week now to get over a fucking good session.
Yes, that's why I do not get sloppy drunk anymore.
Just
I know
totally
how
fucks
my
me
body's
now.
going to react to it, even if I like supplement it with the B vitamin complex and a multivitamin and stay hydrated the next day. It's still going to be 3
Don't
days
work.
before I feel normal again.
Don't work. There was a guy, he says, he used to go out and he says, right, when you get home, have a pint of water. I want a pint of water, so I've just drank like 6 pints. I can't put another pint of water in my belly. There's just no way. That's
Isn't that amazing, though? How you can sit there and have a pint of beer without batting an eyelash to it. But if anybody asks you to drink a pint of water, you're like, oh my God, I'll float away.
Got no chance. It's like this recommended water intake, like, you should be taking X amount of liters a day. Fucking no chance. Not a cat in hell's chance.
Listen, I made myself 3 cups of coffee today because I was figuring, listen, I'm not drinking. I'm not having beer or anything like that. I'm having Bailey's with coffee. I'll definitely go through 3 cups of coffee today. I'm just barely getting to the end of this one.
See, I mean, I can drink coffee for fun, but it's not like the coffee that you drink. It's instant. I can drink instant coffee all day. It doesn't bother us at all.
Yeah.
But get it. I mean, I had a Greg's cappuccino the day. Fuck me, I was bouncing. Like a proper coffee, like a proper strong coffee. I was buzzing off it. I was like, shit.
This is one that really surprised the hell out of me. It's a vanilla coffee whiskey.
Coffee. Wow.
And Mrs. Hunky Vape doesn't know,
nice.
but that's how I started the show out, was doing a moment of silence for my Poochie.
Oh.
That was the last shot in the bottle.
I bet you miss the guy, mate. You'll miss him. It's a horrible thing, but you. I mean, my Tyler died. He'd been gone for 5 years this year, but I still think of him, and I just love him. But it's all happy stuff, not sad. Happy.
Neil Pitt says that he bought a French press. That is the only real way to brew a coffee nowadays.
Oh, yes, I've seen them. It actually squeezes the beans as well. It just squashes it out. Instead of like roasting them, it squashes them as well.
Yeah.
You get them. Is that not them like glass decanter thing? They've got a plunger in as well. You put your beans, plunge it down.
You push the grounds to the bottom and then pour out your coffee.
Yeah. Sure, we had one of them before.
My wife would like to get one of those espresso machines that's got the coffee grinder built into it.
You know what it is? I used to have an old espresso coffee machine, right? When I bought a house. Well, I say a house, it was a bungalow. Oh, Jester. R.I.P. matey. God stuff.
You see how proud he sits?
Yeah.
It's like a toy soldier.
That's what my Tyler was like. Tyler was like that. He was awesome.
Hated his
We
picture
used to
being
have one of
taken.
them machines.
That's the closet where they sleep. And they got a little baby mattress sitting on the floor, covered in blankets.
They sleep in the
That way,
closet.
so that when the wife's sleeping at night and she's like, "Oh, what are the dogs doing?" She can reach over and touch one of them.
All right. See, mine, he just jumps on the bed so you know he's there because he takes it all up. You end up having to kick him.
They get in the bed when she's in the bed by herself, but not when I'm in the bed. That's just, I can't accept that yet. Sorry.
Ooh.
But look, man, he and I did everything together.
He was a proud fella, wasn't he? Proud fella. Oh, bless him. You can kind of see him as being held there for the photograph. You're not moving, you're getting your photograph took. Your best friends, man. They're your best friends ever.
I used to love going camping.
Bet, running around in the wilds. We loved it, man.
Fire.
Awesome, mate.
The dude was not afraid of fire.
Really?
We'd have a campfire built and he'd be just cuddle up against it because he loved the heat. You know how many times he almost caught his tail on fire?
Well, you should mention that because I remember my dad, he had a little Jack Russell. This is before I was born, but he had a little Jack Russell. and obviously, back in them days, we all had coal fires. And this Jack Russell would literally fall asleep inches away from this fire. He'd be toasting and he wouldn't budge. He'd be literally inches. No, the fire crackled, it would land on him. You know what I mean? He was that close. And it didn't bother him at all. But then forever you could smell his fur singeing. They're like, get away from the fire, but he's gone, nah. Nope. Honestly, he's crazy. But he was inches from this coal fire, and you're like, what the hell? You know what I mean? Well, never mind. Oh, your better half says the espresso whiskey we have downstairs is better. You've got espresso whiskey downstairs, sir?
Yes.
Oh, very nice.
She also sent me a text message that says, alcohol contains ethanol. Ethanol is fuel. I'm not an alcoholic. I'm Lightning McQueen.
I like it. See, got the same wit as you, mate. Same wit as you.
You got to have some joy in your life, and you need to have yourself surrounded by people that bring you joy.
Of course. Life's too short, mate. You gotta take it every day.
It is.
Short in this day and age. I mean, Mother and Son Day, Mother's Day, was the day the wife's mum passed when she had cancer. And it seems like yesterday, but it's been 5 years already. And you're like, where did that go? Where did that 5 years just go? It just went like that. Because you remember it like yesterday, but you're like, wow, where did that go? And my brother's wife, her anniversary is the 12th of April, and she's been gone 2 years. And you're like, 2 years? Where's that gone? It just flew over the time.
Just flies.
Just goes through. I think as you get older, life goes by faster. When you're young and it drags, you want to grow up. You want to grow up and you want to be this and you want to be that when you're young. But when you're old, you're like, whoa, calm down. Slow
down. Slow down.
Yeah, calm it down here. Slow it down. It flies by, doesn't it? And that's what makes us laugh with these kids now. They want to grow up so fast. just enjoy your childhood. Fuck growing up. Enjoy your childhood because it'll be the best days of your life. And you'll never get them back.
My daughter's going to learn it very quickly here. She wanted nothing more. You know, she didn't want this whole college, and she didn't want to be, you know, going out and be a hairstylist, even though, you know, she trained for it and could have passed the test easily. She wanted to grow up, get married, have a child. Well, guess what? You're going to come find out here before the year's up. You're going to get what you wanted and go, wow, is this really what I wanted? Sleepless night after sleepless night after sleepless night. A child with, you know, croup or God knows what else.
Especially when they're teething. Oh. When they're teething. Oh. Not good.
Love you.
She on her way home, yeah? She out at work?
No, she's working. She's like, share these pictures I sent you. Smoking a cigarette.
Holy moly. Ouch. Damn. Disgusting habit.
Sitting in the car, he always put his head on the armrest in the van.
Oh. Comfy spot. Comfy spot, man.
Watching TV?
Oh, dogs are murder for that. What's it got? Mine used to bark. We used to watch
like
the thing
that too.
about
You know, you catch her whenever she's looking at the TV and she's like, I wasn't watching TV.
Yes. Crazy.
He loved the sun.
Oh, mine did. He was a sun worshipper. Especially all staffies are the sun worshippers. They're terrible.
Christmas pictures.
Oh.
Yeah. They really are like children.
Oh, mate, honestly, they're just family members. They're just delicious. Love them, love them.
Well,
love them.
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've reached the 5-hour mark. It's time for us to call this a day and bid you all farewell.
Where did that go? Where
it
did
just
that
flies
go?
by week after week after week.
It does, doesn't it?
Brian's like, I just got back from walking my dog.
I'll be taking mine out shortly. He's a squatter. He's got no testicles, so he squats when he has a wee. It's like he pees like a girl. He can't. I think it's the operation because when they've castrated them, that it must tighten the flesh up and they can't cock their leg. They can't cock their leg after
The coil's still
castrated.
got some working in to do. I'm about halfway through a tank and the flavor's just no sweetness.
Nah, it's naff.
Flying K-Man, hello and welcome.
It's slightly late, like, but
well, thank you. I appreciate you making the actual live.
There's mine.
Aww.
Living the life of Riley in his bed under his blanket. You know what it is? It's true what they say. It's a fucking dog's life, isn't it? When they get treated like that. Fucking, you know, if there's ever reincarnation, I want to come back as a dog like that. Be just loved and cherished. It'd be awesome. I would love to.
Lucy's like, I heard you say the magic words. When are we leaving? I want to go outside.
I want to go pee. Oh, bless them.
She doesn't want to go pee. She wants to chase the squirrels. Let's be honest.
Well, you got squirrels work. Are you like in the countryside?
Squirrel.
You got squirrels in your gardens. Jesus, it's a rarity over here. I suppose it'd be classed as vermin.
Actually, I think what she wants is her ball. She was chasing around for a good half hour yesterday.
Where's his bee gone? Oh, his bee. He must have. We've got this toy bee thing. Jeez, he carries it everywhere. Absolute nutcase. It's got a squeaker inside, so he goes. He hands off it with it.
Squeakers only last about 5 minutes in our house. As soon as Lucy gets them, the squeaker's dead.
But this thing, it's an actual soft toy with a squeaker in, and I'm so surprised it's lasted so long because he just tears them apart normally. He nibbles them and just tears them a bit. There's a staffy, you know, he just plucks it. But it's still going in one piece, so I'm very pleasantly surprised how it's lasted this long. But never mind. Okay, hang on. Flying Kin has got a question there.
She would get in my lap if I'd let her.
No doubt.
Right,
Flying Caveman question.
Get down.
Flying Caveman, he's got a question there just before we go. The mouth to lung, he just gets a burnt taste. He's got a mouth to lung and he just gets a burnt taste and cannot get it to work. Couple of issues there. You can have your cotton in too tight. You could have too much cotton in.
If it's a rebuildable.
Packing it down. If it's a rebuildable, you could be packing it in too tight when you drop it into the juice well. If it's a rebuildable, thin your coils, thin your cotton, just get your tweezers, brush it out.
Put just a little bit less in there. When you put the wicking through your coils, you want the coils to just barely move as you're pulling the wicking through. If you're legit displacing your coils, that's too thick, too much cotton. And then the other thing is, especially if it's a stock coil mouth to lung, try a thinner liquid.
Seen he bought the Dead Rabbit MTL2 and the Solo 2 after watching your videos. Oh, there you go, sir. Education at its finest.
Still got it here. I'm not typically a mouth to lung vapor, but I mean, it's a fantastic mouth to lung vape.
Yeah, so just try to thin your coils out a bit. And don't, have them so thick going. You'll just want to slide through your coils. Burns and shorten. Check your coil legs. You might have them stick it out.
Well, it shouldn't be shorting. You should dry burn your coils originally, and then when you put it in there, if you're constantly getting a dry hit, you're running it at too much wattage. Mouth to lungs are typically very low wattage. Look at this one. I'm running this at 22 watts.
Yeah. Yeah, don't be whacking like 30, 40, 50, 60 watts through a mouth to lung.
This is a 0.78 ohm resistance, and it's 22 watts.
Yeah. Just give a few things a try. You have to play about with it. But definitely think about your wicking. And like I said, burn your coils in first. Make sure that's glowing and you're not getting a short. Just put your cap on before you actually assemble it, before you put the cotton in and fire it. If it's short and it's touching the side of your chamber.
I'll have to revisit that video and see what the coil building was like. How much of it did I speed ram through? If you need me to do an actual coil rewicking on that tank, I'd be happy to put a video out on how to do that.
Definitely do so. Just try a few things.
And I'll show you one if it's got too much cotton and too little cotton. Too little cotton and your tank will literally flood. You'll dump the contents of your tank out. If it's too thick, you're going to get that burned experience that you're talking about there.
You said you went past it really fast. These bloody speed rampers, man, they're terrible, mate. They can't speed ramp.
Listen, I still have everything I've ever recorded for this channel. I still have all the original videos, so I could legit put out the thing without it being speed ramped.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I lost drive space and everything. I went, nah, shape of it. If it's gone, it's gone.
I've got a 10 terabyte hard drive that I put all my old video files on. After the year's up, I clean it out. So when I've got more, like 2 years worth of stuff, 1 year that gets put into archive and it sits on that 10 terabyte hard drive, and I still have every single video I've ever recorded.
Do you compress them down, or do you just store them in the raw format?
I just store them in there because if I ever want to use them again, I don't want to have to decompress them and all that other stuff. As cheap as that, I think that was like $300 for a 10 terabyte hard drive, and that's got 5 years worth of videos on it already, and it's only about half full.
Shit. Holy moly. Damn. You're going to need a NAS drive, shortly, I'm telling you. That's your next project.
I'm not in a rush. I'm happy with the system we got now. I just need them to sort their drivers out. So, I mean, we could legit have a stream without having missed frames and skipped frames. I mean, in the big scheme of a 5-hour show is only 1.3%, but there should be 0 missed frames. Skipped frames, okay, you're doing a transition. They're going to skip some naturally, inherently, even if everything's working perfectly.
Yeah.
But
I think, like I said, they need to get the horse into the game and get some decent drivers out for it. Definitely.
Yes. And DaVinci needs to optimize their stuff for this graphics card. Because it's just raw compute power to compile the videos nowadays.
They've just done a recent update as well, you know. I'm positive they've just done a recent update.
They did, and it didn't have any 50 support. Any support for the 50 series.
No.
Matter of fact, the new driver I put out there, I installed on the other computer with the old 3060 card in it, and all my monitors went black screen as soon as it got done installing it. I had to reboot it.
But at the end of the day, like with all the current software, they're obviously going to wait for the card manufacturer to do some decent, stable drivers before they adapt to it. I mean, that's just common sense in it. They're not going to put unstable drivers on it because you could be sitting there editing and it would just crash, you know what I mean? So I kind of get that side of it. They'll be waiting for the manufacturer to get some stable drivers up that'll work properly before they incorporate it. Definitely.
And Neil Pitts has a very good point there on the mouth to lung tank, especially the more you raise your coil, the more of a throat hit you're going to get.
But most of them now have got like that nice little groove by the side, so when you put your coiling rod in, you drop it down, and that's the optimum height, you know. So they just it's like everything else. You just play about with it, man. Just experiment, try different things, try different wickings.
That's why this was the best mouth to lung dripper I've ever used. It's the Bushido V3 mouth to lung tank. It legit comes with a groove for you to put your coil rod into to perfectly set your coil every single time. It's like 3 years old now, so good luck trying to find one.
Also trying to make his own flavors. Any tips to get a good flavor? It is a bit of trial and error, but just follow some recipes. Yes. And you know what it is? The man
Go look at Wayne's recipes. DIY or Die Wayne. He's got some awesome recipes out there.
Or even just DLR, you know, just try a couple of simple 3-4 flavor recipes and, you know, there you go. I thought I'd show mine off as well. Hello.
I sent you a gold one. Yeah, you love that thing.
And it's on my lovely MnC and VV. It's just heaven.
And the checkmark airflow means that if you over squonk it, you could literally have e-liquid sitting in the airflow and it won't leak out.
Nah, it's an awesome little device. Brilliant. Love it.
All right, folks. Peace, love, and a hunky vapes. My wish to all of you. We'll be back same time, same place next week. Hope you guys all have a fantastic day.
Good. As always, folks, all you guys in chat, thank you for joining us again. You know, we absolutely love it when you have all you guys in. You do make the show. As always, get your hand checks up and all that good stuff on all the social media, the Discord, all that stuff.
Join the Discord server.
You know where to find Alex by now. Yeah, join the
link
server.
In the description below.
You know where the guy is. Get all your stuff up there. And also on your way out, if you would please give a little like, or a share or something like that. And you guys who watch on the replay, would much appreciate it. Helps the guys' channel out. As always, we shall leave you with a big thank you. Until next week, you all stay safe, vape safe, and we'll see you all very soon. You all take care now. Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.